Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order, and we'll start with a roll call. Oh, at 10:04. I'm not the secretary, so.
I guess I'm acting in that role today, so.
Don't look at me. I'm the signature secretary.
So, Alyssa.
Here?
Jeff.
Here.
Aaron.
Here.
George.
Here.
Adam.
Here.
Cindy. Not present. And Mike. Okay.
Okay, since it's a special meeting, there's no minutes. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Does the agenda need any changes, Barry, or not?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, well, then I'll make a motion to approve the agenda. Second.
All right, all in favor of approving the agenda?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, public comment, is there anyone online?
There is no one online other than our participants that are sharing.
Okay, and I think with that,
So I kind of, technically they're scheduled to start at
10:15.
10:15. So I just kind of wanted to have a little conversation before, just kind of set everyone's expectations as to how I envision today will unfurl or unfold, I guess. So we've got 3 presentations. All 3 carriers will be here in person for that. We'll go through their presentations, and I'm expecting to use about half of the time. There's 45 minutes allowed for each, half the time for presentation and half the time for Q&A. Because I was unclear in the email I sent out to the carriers, they didn't all understand that they were supposed to respond with the answers to their questions before the meeting, so that you could kind of have those as a pre-meeting review as opposed to occupying the brief time we had. Contour sent theirs in on Friday. Boutique sent theirs in on this morning, and I haven't got anything from Cape Air, but essentially that's not really important for Cape Air because we really know the answers to all those questions because they're our current carrier. So I apologize to Boutique that, well, it was a little bit of scheduling. I sent out a reminder last week, but then they were off-site the end of last week, so they didn't receive my message until yesterday, I guess. So that's the presentations. Then after the presentations, I've got a little bit of additional information that I want to present to the board. One of the things that's going to be discussed in various presentations is waivers for certain things from a DOT perspective. And I'm going to walk the board through what the definition of basic essential air service is and what various waivers impact various carriers' proposals and how that may or may not come into our decision-making process. I wanted to do that after the presentations because a lot of information, and I want the board members just really to focus on what the carriers are presenting during their presentation, and then we can, kind of in that post-discussion process, I can add in some of the additional kind of layers that are part of the decision, but I don't want to unduly influence anybody as you're listening, hopefully with open ears. And then the last thing is I can discuss some of the calls I've made with airports that are currently served by Boutique and Contour, and kind of tell the board as to what I've heard from their existing customers. So again, I want to present that after you hear their presentations, so you're not being influenced by how I phrase certain things or anything like that. With that, that's kind of how I expect things to go. Again, comments are due to DOT later this week, which is why we scheduled today, and even though this is close to the end of the comment period, it was the time where we could get the most people here because of, even though we couldn't get everybody here. So the expectation is that the board would make a recommendation at today's meeting. If that doesn't happen, at least have a odd number of people, so we don't have to worry about tie votes. If that doesn't happen today, then we'll have to figure out a plan as to how to do that before the end of the week. But traditionally, I don't see that as a problem. Usually these processes go when there's consensus builds around carriers based on the information. Any questions about kind of how we lay things out? If not, then Alyssa, I turn it back to you.
So at this point, do we just say,
I think we should.
okay, let's just get started? All right, so,
Is that fun?
take care, you guys are up.
Okay.
Great.
All right, I will start, Sean. If we can get this going again.
Yeah, it was popped first.
Did I, what was that? Where did that window go? Lost windows.
Oh, yes, thank you for reminding me. I did print out copies of each carrier's, proposal. I know you've all had copies, presented,
Oh, you got it.
soft copies, but sometimes having
Easier
a
to take notes.
paper to try to use is good.
There we go.
Should be all set here.
Yeah.
All righty.
Can you see him blocking you?
Yeah.
Let's get started. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And thanks for coming here. Happy to be here.
On this
And I'll just go through a quick intro. My name is Sean Simpson. As far as I know, I'm CEO. So, try to do that. You wanna go ahead?
I'm Danielle Nabok. I'm head of marketing, and I'm here to present some ideas to share with the community.
Oh, Nadeem, I'm Director of Operations for Boutique Air. I've been with the company for 5 years and, happy to be here to see you guys.
My name's Aton. I do operational planning at Boutique for 2.5 years.
Can I give up?
Very happy to be here.
Just preventing a power loss situation there. Okay, so we've got our slideshow up, and just a little background on the company. Maybe I can move this.
Nope, you can't.
No, okay, that was, all right. Well, so I started the company in 2009. We did actually research for a few years. Originally, we had kind of gotten started as a technology company, building some reservation technology. We had certain goals with regard to increasing efficiencies in certain marketplaces. And then gradually we got airplanes and became more of an essential air service carrier. So that got started in 2014. And so today we have about 100 employees, some rental cars as well in the communities that we're operating in. And since we started, our focus has been safety, reliability, customer service, and technology. And that, that focus has served us pretty well. And then we also do quite a bit of charter as well. So it's been also a good combination with the essential air service, just because it means we've got extra planes floating around, which do a good job of backing up the essential air service. Trying to move this ahead. There we go. Now, I'm not sure what happened with our photo, but anyway, we get to that. Oh, there we go. I think there might have been a little hiccup there in the photo, but this is the plane that we did put up 2 airplanes for this bid, but it's been our understanding that there's a strong preference in the community for a twin. So that's why we are just really talking about the Piaggio today.
And so based on conversations they had with me earlier, I expressed that historically, because of our route to Chicago over water, that single engine was not something that was preferred. I recommended that they focus on the twin aspect, and the cost structure isn't that different between the two. I mean, it's actually surprisingly not that much different. And also that ties into some of those waivers and things that I talked about, wanting to go over later, is once we accept service with a single engine, then it is something we currently can veto or not accept, but once we have single engine service, then we are forever forced to allow it. So it's one of those things that's an important decision point, so.
Right.
But a lot of, I think, what you're gonna communicate is independent of the airplane.
Sure.
It's
Yeah.
awesome. So I just want to give that little bit of intro, so.
Yes, yes. So we put forward both options. In all honesty, these 2 aircraft have a lot of similarities in terms of capacity, passengers, and so on. This, as you can probably see, does not look exactly like most airplanes that you see. It's very, the shape is unique. It's in what you call a pusher configuration, so you have the propellers on the back, and it looks a little bit different. As it turns out, this is probably one of the most efficient airplanes ever built from a fuel efficiency standpoint and a speed perspective. As far as I know, it is the fastest propeller turboprop in the world. And so every aspect of this plane was built for speed and efficiency, which is kind of nice. And it's, of course, a pressurized plane. And if you look, if you see military drones that have no people on them, and they're just built for just cruising around, most of them actually look just like this plane. But it's a like I said, very fast, comfortable, and a big interior.
Built where?
It's built in Italy.
That would have been my guess.
Yeah. I think it actually has ties to the Ferrari family, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a picture of the inside. It has a very nice interior, and there are a couple of different options in that regard, but, it's a very nice plane. So here we've got just a map of the cities that we've proposed. And we've got Manistee there, Chicago, which is, of course, a core part of anything that we might do. But in addition to that, and it's hard to see on my screen, let's see, there's up there. There's Detroit. So in our proposal, we basically said that we could, in combination with desire of the community, what we think would be, most marketable is to move up to 50% of our flights to either Milwaukee or Detroit. And that's where we like to have the feedback from you. And we can try, because we wrote it that way, we do have flexibility. If we said, hey, let's try some Milwaukee this season or whatever, or, hey, you know what, Detroit's just going to be better because it's a bigger airport, there's more connectivity and so on. So, nonetheless, we did that very intentionally so we'd have more flexibility. And as far as our options, we did put in 2 options, with some feedback, talking to people here. Option 1 is essentially the same number of round trips that you have now. It kind of mirrors everything that you've got now with Cape Air. And, based on discussions, we also included an option 2, which is a better option for, I think, where the airport wants to go with regard to passenger growth and enplanements. So you can see that option, if we look at this total flights here, you can see that option 2 has substantially more flights, substantially more seats, and, everything is just increased. And it's also, and we'll get into which parts of the season are expanded and so on. I've got a couple slides on that, for the, you know, the seasonal traffic. So here we're just talk a little bit about the objectives. You know, our understanding, you know, from speaking with you, from getting information, you've got these objectives, to grow passenger enplanements, and you know, the key targets you want to hit, 8,000 by 2026, 10,000 by 2028. So we're, you know, aware of that. And in terms of how these are some of the questions, how would we achieve that? Well, for one thing, having super reliable service, which we've had in the other communities that we're serving, that's essential. You know, when you cancel flights, you lose people's trust. They just don't want to fly anymore. So that's absolutely the case, and that's what we've been doing. And then dual hub service is a major impact in our experience for growing passenger traffic. Just open up more opportunities for where people can go. And then and both Chicago and Detroit probably make the most sense in that regard, rather than Milwaukee being a smaller hub. And affordable fares are also essential. You know, if you've got really high fares, you just turn people away. People don't want to pay it. And then there's these $70 voucher books that we sell right on our website. So you can just go on and buy them. They're pretty nifty in that when you buy them, you get a set of 10 codes, and you can just give the code to whoever. So it's not tied to your account. It's just, you know, don't post them on the internet unless you really want to just give people codes. And then frequencies, you know, like I mentioned, our option 2 has increased in frequencies versus what you have now, and I think that's important for growing passenger traffic. Daniel is going to talk about our marketing plan and customer service. Of course, we always want to do right by our customers. You know, our intention is, regardless of the circumstances, to have people walking away feeling like they got treated pretty well, right? And you know, when people walk away with even if there's some challenges, they can walk away with a good taste in their mouth, so to speak, and you know, that's what we want. So here we've got just some averages as far as what has happened historically as far as enplanements. So, you know, you've got the 20, you know, just this year range, you had about 5,000 enplanements, 2016, 2017, 4,700, more recently 5,400. And then here, what we did is we put the total number of seats for the options. So our option 1, and I know there's this magic number of 10,000 that, you know, helps the airport quite a bit financially. So
8,000 helps.
Right, there's,
financially, too.
right, yeah, 8,000 and then 10,000.
600,000.
Yes. So it's helpful to just see, you know, with option 1, we're not even theoretically able to get to 10,000. We can get to 8,000, and then option 2, which is, you know, highlighted in green a little bit there, it allows a lot more seats. That makes it a lot easier to hit the 10,000 mark, or 8,000 for that matter. So that's, I just wanted to put that in there versus the 2 options. And by the way, we'll send this to Barry and he can distribute it.
So can you back that up a couple of slides then, please?
Sure.
Yeah, I think they're actually,
There's a mistake on
there's a mistake.
Oh, yeah, on this.
No, on the.
Go back to
Go back.
6,
Yeah.
number 6.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that somehow got
Keep
doubled
going,
on
keep
number
going.
6. No, we'll be clear up here. So I'm
Yeah,
so sorry about that.
that's what I'm looking at,
Yeah,
total
that
seats
total
right there,
seats
that's.
line is not correct.
I promise nobody's
Oh,
making
yeah.
52,000
That's
seats.
Right.
That's my mistake, that's on me.
So what is the number?
It is the 26,000.
26,000.
So it sounds like this number.
Yeah, the first number.
The option 2, the 13,000 is, in option 2, 13,000, 217 is the number.
Number of seats leaving, Manistee, right?
No, that's total. No, that is legal,
That's,
yes.
yeah,
26
right.
is the total, yep, yep.
Again, I'm sorry, that's my fault. That is correct, though.
Okay, so now I'm confused. So the 13,000 leaving Manistee, we've gotta have, so 2 is 1 for counting for this, correct?
No, that is divided in half.
Okay.
That is,
So in other words,
That
there's
ties in.
26,000 seats going back and forth, 13,
But we've gotta have a round trip ticket to qualify.
no,
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 no.
it's just.
It's just the number of people getting on the,
So those
We just need a lot of
on
people.
board here. We just need a lot of people leaving. but
Yeah.
they tend to
When they
be,
come back, it doesn't matter.
It does.
they tend to be the same roughly, right? People getting on, people arriving, but if you wanna spend your day getting on here,
So
that's
you
great.
need 10,000,
Of that
13,217 or 76% occupancy to meet your
You get the
$1 million a year.
and then you get, if you hit 8,000, then you get 600K. Right, but as you can see, the airport has been pretty far away from that for a long time. So it's not, you know, a small,
Unfortunately so.
yes. So it's not a small task to achieve it, but it is, you know, I think doable if you do the right things, so to speak. So we'll continue on. This is just a little nice comparison. Thank you, Eitan, for putting this together where you can see the difference in between our two options. You know, we've really expanded out the number of round trips and the duration of higher frequencies to better match what I think is achievable here. So this, you know, that's you know, we're trying to lay out a little bit about the pathway to getting to 8,000, 10,000. And one of the questions we were asked is, you know, what would the schedule look like? And, you know, that's kind of like an eye chart, but we can, you know, we just put it in here so that you can look at it. And as I said, in some of the questions that we got asked earlier were, what would the schedule look like? And really, we've got some sample schedules here, but the bottom line is, these airplanes are dedicated to Manistee, and so we're happy to do whatever makes sense within the legal realms of you know, flying the airplane on a schedule, right? During the high season, we would also anticipate using 2 aircraft, so that opens up more flexibility for origin or you know, arrivals and departure times. But most of the time, I mean, everywhere in our communities, there's a preference for leaving early in the morning, because if you do the opposite, right, if, for example, you leave at 6 a.m. from Chicago to Manistee, there's pretty much going to be 0 people on that flight, right? That's what we find. So, again, just, we've got some sample schedules. You know, the fewer flights, then you know, you kind of want to spread it out more during the day. During the heavy season, we're just flying all day long, right? And I think it's probably similar to what Cape Air is doing anyway. So as far as marketing and distribution, we are connected to all there are essentially 4 companies that are part of the backbone of the travel industry. They are Sabre, Amadeus, Travelport, and ITA. And our reservation system is connected to all of them, and that leads to sort of a maximization of online connectivity with the travel fabric, you know, that runs the travel industry. And those companies, for example, power some of the companies that you see on the bottom, Travelocity, Expedia, and so on. As far as partnerships, we have a partnership code-share with United. From several years ago. That's helpful, especially for Chicago. And then these are just some fares. We also have a partnership with American Airlines, and Interline, and that, you know, the way these work generally is that our fare, whatever we're charging, is going to be added to their fare. With a code share, there is the opportunity for them to be blended in a different way. That can sometimes be positive, sometimes it can be not ideal. Interline is always on the table, so to speak. In other words, the very simple add our fare, which, you know, our intention is to keep very reasonable to whatever their fare is. When you get into code share, it actually becomes algorithmic for how much the fare is going to be, which again, it's sort of a, you know, spin the wheel and find out what's going to happen, but at least we have that opportunity to try that too. So we also can partner with more airlines. One of the discussions, of course, has been more around Delta, given the importance of Delta at Detroit. So that's something that is a possibility. It's not necessarily easy, but you know, if we've got a bunch of flights going into Detroit, it can go up the importance scale in terms of doing that partnership. Sometimes to get these things done, it can be helpful to enlist the help of elected representatives. We've got some from the area up there, so, US, if you can get, US congressperson, senator to just even get involved a little bit, it doesn't take a lot of time. Typically, it's gonna be the staff people helping out anyway, but that's not a bad thing. And we have some ability to do that, but it also helps when you have some voices from the community.
I'm guessing you don't currently fly into Detroit?
No. No.
Okay, so if you did, is it the old McNamara terminal, or is it the new current terminal most everybody thinks of where Delta flies out of? Because all of the
Non-Delta?
basically, primarily, yes.
I have no reason to believe at this point that we would be just so extra special as to be going into the Delta terminal, because it's all Delta, right? So I can't say for sure. I mean, it wouldn't be very many flights, so, if you, it would be great if we could.
Well,
but
Terminal C in the new terminal
Yes,
used to have some spots for small planes.
okay.
Terminal C actually has, greater favorability for light aircraft. I have the rates and fees from, Detroit already. Actually, we, we're in talks with another community that really wanted to go to Detroit, from before. So, I mean, we're already in talks with the Detroit airport anyway. Although, actually, fun fact, starting those talks was really hard.
Well, there is a bus that goes from the old terminal to the new terminal, but I don't know the frequency.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's, the way I see, I mean, you guys have probably spent a lot more time in Detroit than I have, but it's, you've got Delta, and then you've got everyone else. And I forget, I believe there's a walkable tunnel.
Oh,
Is
yeah,
that right?
yeah,
And then-
between B, C, and A.
So you
Yeah, I
can
was just gonna say,
But
yeah.
it's not between the old terminal
No.
and the new terminal, so there's.
Oh, it's only
Take a
between
bus.
B,
Because of bus.
B, C,
Yeah.
and A.
So pretty crappy, traveler experience.
Wait,
Going
that
from the old terminal.
that raised train in the terminal there, that doesn't actually go anywhere?
No,
That's-
that
it
just
goes
goes the
from
length
one
of A.
It's just.
Oh, cool.
Well, it is cool when you got one flight to go and you realize it's like a half mile
Yeah.
away from one end to the other.
So we
I
could
have
address
run it.
those logistics later if we decided to go there.
Yeah.
Right?
Or they could potentially not be addressable. and
Yeah.
we have to live with them. So, I mean, it's just
Just in
the
the
reality,
time.
yeah, it's the reality that there are logistical issues that.
sure,
Internal.
sure. I'm gonna hand it over to Danielle, she's gonna go over some of the marketing.
Okay. So, we have put together about a $30,000 a year budget, which we're open to spending more on additional resources. It's actually been really fun to kind of jump in and look at the different ways to engage in the community, which I'll go through here. Our primary goals being what we've just discussed, increasing passenger enplanement, and then also given the opportunity to introduce new markets, and the potentially increased flight schedule, and engaging with the local community. The target audience to focus on, would recommend golfers, different skiers, boating, and nature lovers to get a year-round, travel in and out.
Gamblers.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
You know, I
I'll add
actually,
that, I'll add that.
I'm happy you mentioned that, but I wasn't sure if that may be a conflict of interest, but the casino would be a great place for advertising, and also drawing people in, so, we can absolutely include that in the marketing plan. And then, of course, the regional audience, increasing that reach to Chicago, Detroit, perhaps Milwaukee as well, when we talk about targeted marketing. So generally speaking, a campaign could include social media ad buys, Facebook, Instagram, local radio, billboards on thoroughfares offering the opportunity to fly instead of drive. Printing, you guys seem to have a great vacation guide. Experiential is also really fun. I love doing experiential marketing, including presence on location, and then local community engagement with your recreation association. So Facebook ads can be relatively inexpensive and high impact. and extremely targeted. So having sort of a fun campaign targeted toward the golf community, for example, in peak season, or skiers, billboards. So, you know, really discovering where people are driving and giving them the opportunity to, you know, have a quicker option than 4 hours driving from Chicago.
I will just point out, Danielle made these really cool, ads that are, you know, they're not perfect, but
They're
she's
not
been
perfect.
using some AI.
I was just gonna say, that's AI, isn't it?
Technology.
Because they didn't know what to do with
Yeah.
Manistee, you can tell, I'm like, an AI, program wrote Manistee there.
So it's amazing how incredible it is to generate these images, and it's also dumbfounding that they can't properly spell.
I know.
And paste, and you're like, I literally have been fighting with my AI bot for 2 days. Otherwise, you would have a whole lot more imagery, but I did not want to be called out for not spelling Manistee correctly on some of them. But we did, you know, really try and find some of the local, you know, sparkle of the community. So,
Sorry.
yeah, no, it's actually been really fun to learn all of this as it's coming up. So, you know, the kind of thematic would be why drive when you can fly boutique air, radio ads, locally, then also Chicago and Detroit. So you're sort of getting that wider reach as we add more locations. These are actually really fun. I have a bunch of these, but these are the only ones that made the cut. For 4 seasons, there's a golf one, and then also a fall kind of hiking one, where we could use these for print. You could have these as, you know, walk-ins at different airports. You know, we can be really creative around it. And vacation guide, I think this would be also a really great place to have sort of printed ads that are more eye-catching and engaging. A little bit of more information. Sponsorship, this is sort of my favorite part, is actually supporting like the local teams and the local, you know, kids sports. And it looks like you guys have a great sponsorship proposal already that we could kind of plug into, just to, you know, have the you know, community engagement, because I imagine many of the parents and the kids will be traveling as well. And then 4 local events that you have here, which actually I hope we get to come back to if we're sponsoring some of them. The Forest Festival runs. I feel like that's a great opportunity for not only building brand equity, but also getting conversations around what could be a new airline, new aircraft, and also some new locations for people. And for example, in June, we're supporting the Wild West Beer Fest in Pendleton. So, you know, if things like that come up, you know, we'd be happy to make considerations for any sort of local community events. Mobile friendly, so, you know, I feel it's incredibly important to have a seamless experience when you go to the website, when you go to your computer, or even your app, that you can just log in, board quickly, show up to the airport within a couple of minutes, and just be able to get right on the airplane.
So no paper tickets, you can,
No.
electronic tickets.
Oh, yeah.
Not necessary to have paper tickets.
Yeah, it's all TSA, you know, zebra codes, and, or
Great.
I should say, what, QR.
QR code.
codes, yeah, zebras or so, like 5 years ago.
Yeah,
So,
and then one.
So do you get updates on the flight as if there's some hiccups in the process?
Yeah, SMS, text messaging, if you subscribe.
I've got a couple more slides to go through, or we just talked about that a little bit. Yeah.
Great. And one thing to point out is that we've gotten some really incredible reviews, especially in local communities, writing in to members, council members, talking about how important the reliability has been for Boutique Air, and also on TripAdvisor and different places where people have talked about what we're saying. We're trying to back up also with real people. So we can also share more of those positive reviews, should anyone want to know.
We did just go through a rebid process recently, and, you know, I kind of put it out to their customers saying, hey, please write in if you want to support us, and there was an overwhelming number of positive reviews for us, so that was just kind of a nice feeling for us to have, that endorsement. So, going back to, in terms of reliability, being that it's so critical, thank you, by the way, you know, how do we do that, right? It's easy to have an airline, it's hard to have a reliable airline. So, the main things, you know, just as from years of experience, we have to have spare airplanes in the neighborhood, right? At one or both ends of the route. You can have a lot of maintenance available, that's good, but without spare airplanes there, it's not gonna go well, because, hey, this airplane is broken, it's gonna take 5 hours to fix. Oh, wait, it's actually gonna take 10 hours to fix. Oh, wait, actually, it's gonna take 3 days to fix. Like, that doesn't work. You have to have extra airplanes around if you're gonna have the reliability. That is exactly how we have achieved the 99% reliability. And Nadeem has been in charge of, you know, where we're putting airplanes and when and so on. So, you know, our other areas, that's what we do. We just have the airplanes there. That's the only way to do it, and that's me saying this after many years. That's what it takes. So, in addition to that, it does help to have maintenance staff, and we are, you know, very happy to say that we would be excited to hire and have maintenance staff here, so jobs, employees. You know, and my understanding is there are facilities, or is a facility where that could work. I know that probably there can be challenges in getting qualified staff, you know, people with the right licenses and so on, to live in a place like this. Just, not that it's not great here, but it's.
They kind of retire here.
Oh, well, you know, that'd be good.
George's former maintenance.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What are you thinking about getting back into it?
Get rid of that. Okay. Yeah, we just typically hire people with AMPs, that's kind of the AMP license.
Yep.
Pilots, you know, we thankfully have not had any problems with pilots for a very long time. I think the last time we had serious issues with pilots was in 2019, and that was, you know, a lot of the reason for that was more we weren't making good decisions on hiring as opposed to there being a genuine problem. One of the benefits that we have is that we can hire, we do hire people. We can hire as low as 250 hours experience. Instead, we tend to hire at about 800 just because we can, and that works out pretty well. It means that it doesn't take that long before the pilots can become a PIC, a pilot in command on our Pilatus. That happens at 1,200 hours. And then what's great about the Piaggio is that we flow them right into a multi-engine twin, which is what they all want, a twin turbine, you know, with the turbine engine. That's what boosts their job opportunities, really, is twin turbine time, and that's what they get. So in a sense, they don't really have a major reason to leave us, because from there, they tend to be able to go straight to a major or a mini major, you know, like Spirit or JetBlue, and everyone's happy with that. You know, a lot of these people, they do want to go to fly the 737s and so on, but our plan allows that. And then, you know, finally, it's important that you have, just in general, the right number of airplanes, you know, to support everything. You know, if we had, you know, the more routes you have, the harder it is to maintain proper ratios. So that's just another thing I'll mention. And like I said, we've had 99.65% reliability for the past year, and about 98.5% the year before. So, and this is just a little map showing like where we would likely be keeping airplanes. and then sometimes we'll charter those out too. So like I said, the charter aspect that we do in conjunction with our EAS supports, you know, the reliability. So this is just a quick slide, and the point here is that sometimes communities think that a bigger airplane is just gonna automatically get a lot more passenger traffic. This is just a community where we were doing a great job in Altoona. They decided to try, you know, a competitor, and they have less passenger traffic than.
I can't imagine why you picked one that's competing on tour.
I mean.
We have Southern too.
Yeah, there's.
Well, they didn't bid.
Right, they didn't bid.
They forgot.
Yeah, so, you know, it is what it is. It's not the size of the airplane. There are many factors that drive people wanting to fly. You know, among them are the price of the tickets, the reliability, the frequencies, you know, so on. Another thing that's, you know, we're proud of is, you know, the posts, you know, when you have, I call it like operational stress, because we've been through that ourselves. You know, there have been times when, like 2019, where we didn't have enough pilots, and we didn't, in some cases, you know, airlines are like a three-legged stool or four-legged stool. You know, if you don't have enough pilots, your operation is just gonna not go well. If you don't have enough airplanes, it's not gonna go well. So there are a lot of things that can make it not go well. Thankfully, you know, and airlines go through different phases where, like, hey, this is a great airline, but it's having a tough year because of these reasons. And so, like, I'm just gonna say, like, we're running warm, you know, like everything's moving or cool, not at like red line where we're having issues. Okay. All right, so, economic impact, you know, I'll try and move quickly here because we don't have a lot of time, but, maintenance staff, that's, you know, something that we would anticipate, if we could get that many, approximately 5 people here. And it could be more, it could be less, but, you know, I think that's a good target. You know, and you folks here might have a better sense of like how easy or hard that might be to do. But, you know, we would be excited to do that, you know, given the proper facility and if we can get the people hired. And that'd be roughly, I would say, $300,000 in additional money coming in, with these jobs paying somewhere between probably $60,000 and $80,000 each. So there's that. Fuel purchase, you know, we're happy to, as long as the prices are reasonable-ish, we're happy to do the majority, if not all, of our fuel purchase here. Sponsoring local events, as Daniel mentioned, and providing air service. You know, we do give discounts to certain people, you know, medical, but also like city, county employees, fire department. Those are things we did build into our website, the ability to offer, you know, voucher or discount codes that we can distribute to, you know, like the police department, or the fire department, or the county, or whatever. So that's kind of a nice thing, and that's separate from the vouchers. You know, the vouchers are buy a book of 10 and get, you know, a fixed price. Discount codes are good for promotions, like, hey, we're going to do a promotion of like 30% off for Valentine's Day, or 30% off for the city employees, or whatever it is. This is just a little bit talking about our pricing. You know, this is the pricing that we have for Pendleton right now, $49, starting at $49, which is obviously very popular, going up to $129 is the highest. And there were questions about how would we do that during the different seasons. And, you know, basically we want to price it in a way that's going to support passenger growth. You know, the government is paying for a lot of this if we're here. So the way we see it is like, hey, we don't want to inhibit passenger growth through really high fares. Flight vouchers, so discounted, you know, so I already went through that. I mentioned those government employees. We do have the opportunity to do car rentals. My understanding is that we don't have car rentals, or there are no car rentals here.
There's no national chain, there's
Okay.
a local
Okay.
vendor that.
Sure, that helps.
Are they here at the airport, or are they in town?
Both.
Okay.
They supply vehicles out here.
Yeah, and, you know, if that's something that we could talk about, we're not here to ruin a local business. You know, if it's working, then that's fine, but it's just something that, in some cases, there are no rental cars, and so it's something we try to do for our passengers.
Are you affiliated with any of the majors for that, or is it strictly in-house?
Right now, we are not, and we have had many discussions to try to do that. It boils down to, I mean, you can do a franchise, like, we haven't done any franchises, we just have our own website and so on that we built, and so we can do that. The key is getting onto those GDS systems, you know, Sabre, Amadeus. If you're in those, then you're going to be showing up on Kayak, Expedia, and so on. So that's where it's very slow at some of those companies. With persistence, it's possible. I have had some discussion with one company that I'm going to be talking to their CEO some more. It's actually a really nice, it's called Go Rental, and they offer kind of very nice cars. And the partnership could be that they're providing the cars and the infrastructure, and we're basically helping with the staff so that their costs are low, because we would just, with our staff that are already on site, just they don't have to spend much on staffing. So we'll see how that goes, but that could be a good solution for us going forward. These are just a couple cars. And again, just circling back to the growth plan, just because that is such a great emphasis here, I just wanted to put that slide up again before we wrap up. You know, high reliability, having a couple hubs, reasonable fares, and then more frequencies, having a great marketing plan, and then, you know, just good customer service. So that's that. Here's our contact info. Just in case anyone wanted to reach out, I'll share this with with Barry. And, we're all accessible. Those are our cell phone numbers, our emails, and so on. So, we're not these people that are, gonna hide away somewhere. If you wanna call us, contact us. We're here, to be partners. And that's it. Sure.
Current age of your planes, your Piaggio?
Piaggios, they are in the 2000s, so that's gonna be, probably on the order of about 15 to 20 years old. So it's not, we can get newer ones. If we're getting additional ones, they're probably gonna be more like 10 years. So it's gonna be a range. But they do, they go through a lot of inspections.
And they're not, I wouldn't imagine they're necessarily high time airplanes or engines, just because they've always been used in charter type service.
These planes tend to be, babied in a sense, where they were used as private corporate aircraft, not used that much, and then we take them on, and that's true for all the planes that we've got too.
I don't think I wanna fly on a new plane anyway. So do you have another question?
I do, but go.
Your option two
Mhm.
would allow us to hit 10,000,
Yeah.
out of the gate
Yes.
immediately, right?
Pretty easy,
Yes.
yeah.
And your Piaggios, that's your twin engine plane, not single engine?
Yep.
Those cabins are pressurized?
Oh, yeah,
Is there a lavatory in them?
yes.
Enclosed, yeah.
Okay.
That plane can go to 40,000 feet.
You just took one question away from me.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it's very much a pressurized airplane. It flies high, and faster than a lot of smaller jets.
How many do you have, or how many are available?
Right now, we actually just have one with an option to lease some additional ones. And part of the reason for that is because we don't have any contracts, right? So if we have contracts, then we'll just lease some and or buy a combination. And so it's not a big deal, so to speak, but we do things as we have contracts, as we have need, we ramp things up.
Because I noticed you had a whole load of contracts, or cities, and now there's 4 or 5.
Right. So, over the past, 3 or 4 years, there has been a bit of a shift where communities have been doing, SkyWest picked up a whole lot of contracts. They sort of got hungry, in a sense, to take on a lot more because they could, and the DOT has just been writing really big checks. And some of our business, it came at the expense of that, right? And then, like I said, we've been through times that were more challenging when we didn't have these pilots. The community might say, okay, well, let's try, especially a bigger jet, right? So we do have, and that's part of the reason why we're running smoothly, is because we got, had a bigger appetite, and we were out of balance, and now we have less, fewer routes, and so we're able to run more smoothly, which is frankly a lot more fun.
So, you mentioned Pendleton, I'm assuming that's Pendleton, Oregon.
Yes.
I don't know their weather well enough. I know it's west, far west.
Not too different.
Wet, but probably not as cold, I would assume. Some, but not a ton.
It gets pretty cold in the winter.
Do you know Messina, New York? We operate in Messina, New York here too. It's even more, it's pretty rough.
Yeah.
Heavy snows and ice.
So have these planes operated in is the Piaggio been operating in the cold?
Yeah.
So actually, I'll take this. You might have saw in the photo that there were no de-ice boots, no TKS systems. The Piaggio actually effectively has no moving parts in its de-ice system. It does have one. It's all electro-resistive de-icing in the wings and in the forward wing. It's not a canard for you abgeeks out there. It's actually different from a canard. Anyway, the propeller has no boots and no slip rings. It actually flows through the hot exhaust of the engine, and that acts as its own de-icing, and it's fully flight and non-icing capable. With no moving parts, the de-icing system effectively doesn't break. So it is always dispatchable in icy conditions.
Well, then that gets into my second question. If we had the ability to have a hangar for you folks, how advantageous or non-advantageous is that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially if there's snow, precipitation, like, it's always good to have a hangar. If we did have maintenance people here, which would be wonderful.
Because I'm thinking of, the 10,000, I don't want it in 28, I want it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna be
Sure.
blunt with that. And when we hit that mark, I'm thinking what we wanna do with those dollars, and I'm thinking a hangar substantial enough for small regional jets is extremely important.
Sure, yeah. I mean, when you have the money, then you can spend it on whatever you want,
Yeah.
right? But yeah, it's one of the reasons that we actually first started getting into Piaggio was because of its superior winter capability. You know, not all planes are treated, you know, they don't all have the same performance characteristics. Our other aircraft are very good, but they do have some of these things that Eitan had mentioned where, you know, it's different systems that are, not as robust as the Piaggio.
You know, maybe we can do this, after the presentation. What time's the next presentation start?
Right now.
Now.
Do you have, then I'll ask this question for you while we have you, and then we can do the math later. Someone on the team prepared a chart that showed how you were going to, add more availability and greatest amount of availability in the summer months,
Mm-hmm.
and then reducing on the shoulder and in the off-season.
Mhm.
And, as I evaluate this, what I really am looking for is not to be at a disadvantage over, the jet aircraft with respect to capacity in the summer months. That is to say, I want to be able to not leave any passengers on the table and get them all up here.
I will say this, we are right there with the passenger capacity in that peak season, which is extremely important in option 2 with the 5-month peak season. We are right there with
So,
jet.
I mean, they're proposing 6 flights a day in the summer, 6 times 9, 54 seats, versus 2 a day on
At
the
30.
which is 60.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
108 round trip.
60 versus 6 a day.
54.
So it's
54 one way.
versus 60.
Right, so I'm losing 6 seats a day for 90 days,
But
500.
But you're gaining a whole lot of flexibility in frequencies and multiple destinations.
Departures too.
You know, hubs, so to
Right.
speak.
Okay, so here's another question for you, Piaggio related, and that is, currently we have issues with seating capacity in what Cape Air's 9-seater is, due to weight
Weight restrictions.
restrictions.
Yeah, it carries a lot of weight.
So does it have room for 9 nice-sized guys who like to play golf and their clubs?
Well, I think specifically, my question was, if you had 8 people at 250 pounds each, is 2,000 pounds, with 100 pounds of cargo is 2,800 pounds. In that plane carrying, is there room in the cargo hold to carry 8 sets of golf clubs on the plane up here if they want to go to Crystal Mountain or Katy?
Plus their carry-ons.
Right. So it's a good question, and I think I wrote up an email about that because that question came up, and I think what we dug into it, right, and the answer was, I think we could carry 6 people who are 250, and then 2 people who are 180, and then we can carry the golf clubs. Golf clubs, you know, there's a whole lot of, and I actually looked into it a little bit, there's a whole lot of range as far as what travel golf bags can be. You know, if you're a guy who likes to have hard case that's enormous, can we fit 8 of those? That might be a problem, right? But if they're the more flexible type of bags, they're not trying to be, you know, Godzilla bags, we can bring, you know, those. And the other thing is, while it's a good, so basically, yes, but there could be some challenges if people are going crazy on their bags, right? Now, in practice, these $49 seats, they tend to go fast because people love to bargain hunt. And so I'm not gonna say it can't happen, but what's more typical is, okay, these guys are gonna come up on this flight, like, we got 3 or 4 people on this one, we got 2 or 3 on this one, so them all getting on the same flight is very difficult to begin with, because our flights are busy, like, people are booking, if we try and find an empty flight in Pendleton, like, you've got 2 or 3 or 4 seats sold out months in advance. So, again, not to say, that's my answer, right, as transparent as I
Can
could
always
be.
happen.
And just to put it into perspective, we are currently a quarter booked in July and August already for early April. So that's very typical.
Yeah.
We're also doing a lot of frequencies, like, if the flights are a couple hours apart, it's even less likely.
I will say, if we really had a huge rush of golf, that it was causing an issue, something we can do is, we have Pilates plays around, if we needed to, we could run a second flight and just run the back.
I thought golfers, they do charters usually.
Well, anyway, the point is we
private charters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
That's what we do all day.
yeah, which we're happy to do, but have,
We have a regular golfers, like, they fly.
the Pilates, which we have worked with tons and tons, like, it's very, very rare that we have any baggage capacity issues with that. That has less capacity than the Piaggio. So it's generally, we find it's not a problem.
We deal with golfers most of the time. We never had any, we used to do Carlsbad, a lot of golfers too in Albuquerque area, but we never had like 8 in the same time going to play golf. Like, we had 2 or 3 in the same flight, and we were able to accommodate no problem. Yeah, we never had an issue with that at all.
Just to summarize, both these aircraft have significantly higher useful load than Cape Air's Technic.
Mm-hmm.
What we all have in our mind is our constraints today. So, will every scenario work? I'm sure we can come up with one that won't, but it's significantly more than what Technic can do.
Thank you.
Anything else? Because we are
As far as the
late.
cities, you're starting with Chicago, then possibly Detroit, Milwaukee, how would you determine that? Advance bookings or throw advertising out there, or?
So our bid allows us to move 50%
Yeah.
to either Detroit or Milwaukee. And speaking with people, it sounds like Detroit would be the more popular.
Yeah, that's a place where you could go down, get a game, come back.
Mhm.
There's a lot of people.
Especially if we're going to McNamara.
Well,
Yeah.
I wanted to
Michigan's
talk
a
about
Delta
that, actually.
state, because of Northwest.
Sure,
And
sure.
because of that, locals tend to fly Delta. I'm a million miler with Delta, but
You mentioned the game, right? In option 2, this is why I made option 2, is that the shoulder season extends all the way through December. So you can always go see the Wolverines win another natty, right?
Really?
Oh, you practiced that one, didn't you?
I'm a Spartan.
You gotta know your audience, though.
My best friend is a Wolverines fan, and his brother lives here, and his name is Greg. He sells rocks.
Maybe just super duper duper quick, and even if the follow-up is that, so increase in frequency, that seems to be one of a couple pronged plan to get to the numbers that we need. We've seen over the past few years a struggle to get pilots, and I know we've obviously read and heard your couple slides on how great of a funnel you have, but if we're 6 flights a day, that's a lot of pilots. Are we
It's just 2 pilots.
just 2 pilots? Okay,
2 crews,
yeah,
2 sets of.
okay.
Yeah, so
Which is
four
what,
pilots, or is it?
We have a lot of extra pilots we don't need right now.
We
But
have-
we have a lot of.
Okay,
We're kind of a destination for pilots that want to build their time. So we get, 20, 30, 40 resumes per week, several hundred per month. And we don't, we're not even.
Not to mention.
We're pretty good on pilots.
Nowadays, it's completely different than 2020 or 21.
yeah.
Most of the airlines don't have issues anymore. They stop even hiring. So it's basically, it's a good
But irregardless of
it's a
that,
good-
we can hire first officers all day
Yeah,
long.
yeah.
And that's where we really draw from to build the plan.
The challenge is, can you retain your captains once they get that
The-
point? And that's,
The key for us is once they're 1,200 and we sign them up for their ATP, that's what they're excited about. And I know that Cape Air has had problems with that. The difference is they're getting what they really want with the Piaggio, which is twin turbine time. That's what, if they could be a captain in a twin turbine airplane, that's what gets them to JetBlue, Spirit,
Yeah.
United American. And that's where a piston twin is not, they don't see it
So
the
you
same
can
way.
avoid completely the regional
Right,
transition by flying this plane for like a year or year and a half, so that's why it's more appealing to stay
right.
and put this hours. And plus, we have a contract too with them, we signed a contract with them, you know, a year or 2 years,
Yeah,
it
but
depends.
so does other companies, so anyway.
If we, elected to move forward with you, in the peak season, if we found that we were sold out in year one, is there the ability to increase capacity in year two and add more flights during the peak season and take from the off-season? That is to say, if, after we look at a year of data, can we adjust?
So what we've done in other places is we've added some extra flights, once the contract is there, it's hard to change it with the DOT. I mean, it can be done, but in this case, I wouldn't recommend it, like, we've already made our bid, like, healthy enough where, financially, so it's like, okay, we're not gonna be feeling strapped in any way, because we've done that before, and it's not fun. So, in other places, we've just added some extra flights, during the week, and that, frankly, that helped them get to the 10,000 employment number, and we'd be happy to do that here as well.
And when you say add,
Mhm.
just, I know what you're saying, but I just wanna make sure everyone's
Sure.
clear. You're basically saying adding additional unsubsidized
Correct.
flights
That's right.
on top of
That's-
what is being reimbursed through Essential Air Service.
That's right.
So
Now,
it may be at a different price,
and it would
which is
just,
fine with me.
if we did that, it could mean trying to do some adjustment on the price, because it's not like we would want, hey, these two flights are extra, so we're just gonna charge, much more on these two, like, that wouldn't really make sense.
It averages
We might,
across all.
right, we might lift them all up, we might, just take the last few seats and make those more expensive, or, whatever might make sense overall. But yeah, we are talking about extra flights, and we're happy to do that if it's gonna pan out, overall.
Should also mention, the average fare figure in the proposal, I mean, it may be, I think it's 79, and we're starting at 49. Because the last, 2 or 3 seats sell at a higher price, if we really are selling all of these, we are absolutely selling out, and our average fare is all the way sky high at like $99 or something. Adding these extra flights, the fare wouldn't necessarily actually change, because overall, it's sort of the same thing for us.
Plays out.
Yeah, it evens out.
All right.
Thank you.
Very interesting, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, well,
Appreciate you reaching out.
sure.
All four of
definitely,
you came from
definitely.
Frisco?
Mostly,
Yeah?
kind of a Texas,
So
yeah.
I'm
I
down.
would say, let's take a 5-minute
Yeah.
break.
Where's the
Yeah,
home base?
yeah, we did.
Well, we're mostly from the Bay Area.
Thanks, Rick.
I grew up,
No, thank you.
Thanks for your time.
okay,
Hey.
well,
So,
yeah.
you've ever been to Michigan?
Likewise,
You ever
likewise.
been to Michigan before?
So, that was a whole,
Yeah, that's a whole
another
other,
thing.
that's.
Yeah, they left,
That's
but,
fine.
but yeah, it was,
Yeah,
it
okay,
was,
sure.
Yeah, there's like 3 arguments. The lower part of Michigan is not only Michigan, then there's up and north Michigan, which we believe that nobody recognizes, and then there's upper Michigan.
We're happy.
Yeah.
You get 3 kind of opinions when you go to Michigan.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Bring the plane.
I love the accent.
Where's the problem? Yeah,
Well, that's what people say. We don't see it,
Right,
but.
there's no accent here. here, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
You may come back. They love our San Francisco accent.
Yeah, I caught a few words.
We have a regular
We grew up
goal all the
being
time.
surfer
Wanna race
dudes,
California
saying
with us.
bra.
Oh, yeah.
Great golf course
So,
there.
hanging out.
I've been out there a couple of times, unfortunately only during the drought time, and,
Oh.
One of the most
Yeah.
beautiful,
my son was out in Portland
No,
for
I don't, I wish.
18 years, so we travel that way, up and
I
down
love
the
it.
coast, so,
Oh,
Hang out there.
what brought him out there?
snowboarding.
Oh, okay.
Let us know.
So is it?
Mount Hood, oh, yeah.
Great to see you as well.
So, that would be our snowboarding, adventure.
Passenger loads and
You
things, right?
snowboard out there,
Well,
and ski out
you have to
there,
really think
and
about
so then you come back here and you kinda go,
I
eh.
really enjoy
A little less exciting.
here, right?
Okay. All right.
Well, safe travels.
Yep.
Are you guys heading out, or you
So that's what
gonna stay around?
That's what it just all.
Well, we're kind of,
Morning. Hi.
Or good afternoon. No.
I don't know, where are we?
Morning.
Yeah,
What time
snowboarding.
is it? Andrew Bonner.
Karen Goodman.
Good to see you.
I guess I would rather you stay around.
Matt Reinhardt, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'll invite everyone back in the room, and like, hey, we'll do discussion, and then if they're.
We're having all kinds of technical difficulties, so we're running behind.
It happens, thank you.
It happens.
Yeah, we're doing fine, and we're disconnected, yeah, northern Michigan, you guys know about us.
You're
Lovely to meet you.
Thank you.
Sean.
Hey, good to see you.
Very nice to see you.
What's
How are
happening?
you?
Good, yeah. You?
Very well, thanks.
Doing well? Okay, well, good. Well, maybe I'll
Hey, I'm
see you a
Andrew.
little bit later.
Hi, Danielle. Nice to meet you. You hanging around? I think
Yeah, yeah, probably catch up. Okay,
Thank you,
likewise.
Karen.
Yes, no problem, sorry I didn't get connected with you, but,
Thank you for responding.
yeah, not a problem.
I can only imagine how busy you
Oh,
are.
thank you.
Yeah.
Better to
Yeah.
meet you.
Available anytime.
Andrew.
Thank you for calling, that was,
Yeah, nice to see you too.
Right back. Can't go with them very Great, hey, thanks, thanks again, we'll be in touch. Okay, so long, nice to see you. Yep, Andrew Bonnie, Adam Downs, pleasure to see you.
somewhere.
And does it, matter where we set up?
No, anyway.
Does not. Oh, okay. Is it possible to project here, or is that screen occupied?
Log into the Zoom, and then you can share, and
One over here. I don't know if you're gonna see that eclipse.
I'm from the air.
Walking my ass out of this building if we're still here.
HR just put out a thing at my agency, just remember, burnt out retinas are not a, workers' comp situation.
Was that a serious reminder?
It's just a joke.
Oh, I was like, oh my God.
They would be.
Yeah.
There were actually some schools that canceled because they didn't want the
Three
kids
is when
looking
it-
up at it.
Ish, or is it like 3:18 or 3:11, something like that, but it starts at like 2:58, or 1:58, I mean.
58, yeah.
Yeah.
You'll
Mhm.
be flying right into it.
Yeah, I'll be in the air during that time.
2:51, I think.
Keep the window shades down.
Yeah.
Don't look outside.
That would be a absolutely weird experience, actually, in the flying into,
In the eclipse.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah.
I did find out that an eclipse happens all the time. We just don't see them because they're over the ocean most of the time.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
interesting.
I never knew that. I thought they were, okay, these big events, but it's
Would you mind resending me the link?
where they're set, where
I've got
they,
it somewhere, but I don't
fall.
immediately see it.
Okay.
there's a ton of them that happen in the ocean, nobody sees.
No one sees them.
so are you on the network?
I think so.
Okay, that's the
It's like a, it's like a fish, you know, it happen every day, remember the one that happened, oh, you weren't here.
Oh.
So go into Zoom.
The river ran the wrong way.
Yep, I remember that. My boat kind of went, whoop.
So that was they call it a fish, and, people don't realize those happen every day.
Yep,
Every single day.
flooded our marina,
Yeah, you remember?
So,
yep,
Which marina?
the downtown marina,
Matt, how you doing?
Yeah.
Good.
City marina?
city marina.
Yeah, but I got the
Yeah,
video.
I know.
You just, what is the fuel dock out there,
Yeah,
just above water, and it's going, the river's going towards the lake.
yeah. My brother owned a marina right down from that, and it's like, we were sitting on the docks, and it just went straight down and then out. It was pretty bizarre.
Was it, remember when it left? Yeah, it all
Yeah.
left and the river was dry. So which marina,
Garbage.
which, downstream?
Is
it just down the next one?
yes, just the next one down,
The hotel or below that?
but for the hotel. there's you don't even
Like the
see it
little
there.
building?
Yeah,
Oh, it's just a little,
yeah.
yeah.
Slow building.
Does he still own that one?
No, he sold that years
I'm
ago.
down at, Riverside, which is below the motel, but not,
Yeah.
not the hotel.
Right,
right
right,
next to it,
right,
yeah.
yep.
Yeah, and I'll never, we got our dock box back because the river, when it flooded, it picked our dock box up, and it floated away. And when it went down, it dropped it on somebody else's dock. That's the only reason we got it back. Otherwise, it'd have been gone.
Yeah.
Oh, crazy.
There was a lot of garbage there.
You know, there was a lot. That was something else. Friday the 13th, April, we were almost there.
Should be in.
Looks like it's thinking about it. All right.
Oh, you already passed the board.
I did.
A good secretary would have done
I mean,
that.
we only have a signature.
Yeah. Getting his name only.
And you, Andrew, you probably want to mute the orders, otherwise I'll pick up feedback.
Thought I was.
You ready?
We're ready,
Melissa,
yep.
You're sharing?
Go ahead and get started, please.
All right. Good morning. I think it's still morning, right?
Yes.
By the nick of time. It's good to see you all again. When I was last in this room with you, it was November 21st, 2022, and we had a very frank and candid conversation with each other about reliability. And I am really pleased to report out, I've got some stats to show the improvements that we've made. I'm Andrew Bonney. I'm the newly appointed Chief Operating Officer for Cape Air, formerly Senior Vice President of Planning. I'm joined by
Matt Reinhardt, Managing Director, Airport Services. And
Jason Decker, Station Manager. Josh Rennie, mechanic.
All right. It really has been a privilege to fly Manistee since we started in the middle of the pandemic in October of 2020. The picture here is our first departure at O'Dark 100 on October 1st. We've come a long way since then. As an airline, through the pandemic and getting our feet back under us as an industry, and really happy to talk with you about where we are. I loved that in the EAS primer you sent out to the prospective airlines, that you explicitly called out the fact that ridership here has been really good. And I appreciate your support, and Barry in particular, the efforts you've had on ginning up support for the air service here. These numbers are pretty good. Is it truly the second best you've had, with the exception of that one time where you had the jet service?
Yeah, your last 2 years here have been our number 2s and 3s of our 60-plus year history.
Yep. So very proud of that, and credit to the team here that's been executing on that. I also want to just state and acknowledge right from the get-go that we know that you guys had lofty goals for capacity and ridership in your primer, looking for significant growth by 2028. Simply with the math of the requirements in the EAS RFP that we work with for DOT, some of those numbers just aren't possible short of doing something either very different in EAS or doing something outside of EAS. And I know from previous conversations that there's some business people in the room. And so you know that there's realities around what is economically feasible, and sometimes with government contracting, what you can do within a contract. There are real constraints on what an 8 or 9 seat carrier can do with a Manistee EAS RFP. That's just a reality. I wish I could give you guys 6 daily round trips. That was not one of the options in the RFP. I also wish I could fly, 737s down to Orlando, or, some of the other sort of wild and exotic things. I don't see it.
Can I ask you a question? Because
Sure.
I'm going to be frank here.
Yeah.
You say it wasn't an option, but you didn't even throw it out as an option and allow us to argue for it.
Sure.
Because I will, argue that per the basic essential air service requirements, your proposal does not meet the minimum requirements of basic essential air service. Because for the last 37 months, you've been over 50% load factor. So there is a disconnect within DOT about actually following Congress's intent. And because you didn't put forth a fixed flight proposal, we don't even have an option to get DOT to follow Congress's intent.
We work very closely with US DOT. We currently have the privilege of serving 13 EAS communities. The program is not, as a practical matter, managed to the letter of the EAS statute, as you all know. For this room's situational awareness, Barry knows more about the EAS program than many people in DOT, including those who are actually working with it on a regular basis. So I totally understand that there are conversations that can be had directly as an entitled community with US DOT that a carrier like us is not in a position to have. We hewed true to the request for proposals from the DOT. I also want to acknowledge that our friends down at Muskegon have already submitted their letters, I'm sure you know, that was not for Cape Air. Our proposal was contingent on being selected at both Muskegon and Manistee. Again, I will appeal to your business instincts when I say that Manistee by itself for Cape Air does not work as a Midwest region, just as a business. We love flying it. The stage length is perfect for us. We're really connected at O'Hare. There's a lot of great things. But as a business, it doesn't work. And it doesn't work by not just a little bit. It doesn't work by a lot of it. With Muskegon tied on there, it solved a couple of operational problems. I will address the maintenance location. We would love to invest in a big hangar here, just not practical. Muskegon has a really nice maintenance facility, and it's not a huge drive if we had to go between them two. So we have a very nice maintenance solution if we are selected at Muskegon. Our proposal had to be contingent, just from a business standpoint. So I apologize if that puts any of this in an awkward position for you, but that was just kind of the business realities.
Then help me understand. You're indicating to us that Manistee is contingent upon Muskegon.
At the DOT selection level, we asked them not to select us just for Manistee or just for Muskegon.
Right.
We need scale.
But Muskegon has already made their election?
They have.
They made their recommendation to US DOT, but DOT
Still has to make the final say.
So if DOT follows the recommendation of Muskegon,
Yep.
then even if we wanted to move forward with Cape Air, you will not service us.
We cannot, that's correct.
Okay.
We cannot responsibly continue to operate just one route here.
And that was always a concern, because I know that you've kind of reduced, and you're more northeast now. So I've kind of always been concerned about that.
Yeah, we have a big operation in the Northeast,
Yeah.
big operation in the Caribbean, and a nice, healthy operation in Montana.
Is there any reason that you believe that DOT would not follow the recommendation of Muskegon?
DOT usually goes with the recommendation, but yes, there absolutely are reasons why they may not. Cost, for example.
This is the lowest
Yep.
cost bid of all of the bids for both markets, so.
And sometimes things just happen. There are, because the program is not always executed to the letter of the law, there are sometimes other factors that we don't know about, you don't know about, that go into a selection. Vast majority of the time, of the recommendation of a board like this carries the day. But we thought it was important to show up and create
I
options.
appreciate the frankness, seriously.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Well, it's also a concern that Muskegon's kind of a competitor. I mean, we wanna grow our airport here. I don't want people going to Muskegon. I mean, I've flown out of Muskegon when they were kind of in their heyday. But I'd rather that be us. So they have a bigger hangar, they'll have more in the maintenance. I mean, it just feels like, okay, they'll be more supported. Just from what I'm hearing, there'll be more supports there than there would be here. Yes, you could drive up here in an hour and 10 minutes. That's an hour and 10 minutes.
I'll make you a deal. If you can build us a big hangar here, by the time this new contract starts, we'll rent this one instead of the one down there. How many times have we gone around about the hangar situation? We need to have hangars where we can do maintenance inside and store the line flyer inside overnight, and that's just been a challenge. You do have a question?
I'm all set, thank you.
Yeah. With regard to the operation, we were, actually, hey, Barry, can you move that?
I can't, unfortunately.
Okay. Oh, well.
It says meeting goal, exclamation point, in red letters.
Yes. When we met back in November of 2022, we were asked for a detailed written plan of what we were gonna do to get up to reliable service here. And we set the goal at 97% company controllable completion rate. I am delighted to report out to you that the team here has given you greater than 97% company controllable completion for the last 6 months. We've really turned it around. And Barry, I thank you for your support from your team too. You guys do a lot to help us out as well, so thank you for that.
And I guess I'll just add to that. Those numbers differ from what I give to the board. Our total cancellations, which are controllable and not controllable. Not controllable is weather. January, there were a number of cancellations that were weather, icing issues. So there was no uncontrollable, but there were a number of controllable. So just so you say, wait, that's not accurate, because that's not what I'm showing you, that's the difference.
I do think that there are reasons why a Cape Air selection at Manistee would make a lot of sense for this board. This pie chart is one of the principal ones. Cape Air connects very well with both American and United at O'Hare. United's actually the bigger carrier there, with 47% of the departing seats, according to the official airline guide for calendar year 2020. I'm a former United Airlines international planner, based at the headquarters in Chicago. Know the hub there really well, love it. You can go almost anywhere in the globe. But United is the big carrier there. And we actually do a great business connecting people onto the United Airlines network. One of the competitors, it looks like, does not connect with United. I could be wrong on that. There may be a solution. But Cape Air does, and it works really, really well. There are 56 cities served from O'Hare that are served by United that are not served by American. As you know, we've got the MBL code on the American Airlines website. American Airlines submitted a letter supporting Cape Air's continued service here in Manistee. They also supported adding Muskegon as well. And then through our interline partnership with United, we're also on the united.com website. Barry, in some of the questions you sent along, there were questions about fares between the various partnerships. The answers to those questions are incredibly complicated, and it really depends on particular itineraries. So thematically, I want to address a couple of points. You asked about quote-unquote saver fares in the narrative. They're really not called saver fares. That was what the American Airlines brand when deep discount fares first came out in the 80s and 90s. What they really are now is called basic economy. And it's a competitive response to the ultra low-cost carriers like Spirit, like Frontier, who do not connect with anybody. So effectively what the majors have done is created this basic fare that doesn't have any frills. No check bags. You're lucky if you can use the lavatory, but also no interline connectivity. So they intentionally this is not a bug, this is a feature from their standpoint. They will not connect their basic fares. So that's kind of why it is that way.
On an interline basis.
Yes, on an.
But on a code share basis, they may price
Absolutely. Yep.
a coded connecting segment at a basic economy fare.
Absolutely, yep. And then to make things even more complicated, because of antitrust rules within the Department of Justice, when we code share with the carrier, they control the inventory, they control the brand. So they set their prices, and we are actually prohibited from talking with them about pricing those tickets. Now, frankly, it doesn't make that much of a difference because we're not talking about the difference between a $60 fare and a $600 fare. They're usually within $10, $20, $50. Happily, with our code share partner here, American, we also interline. So we have the best of both worlds here. But truly, the code share fares are set by our code share partner. Cape Air controls the interline fares, and we control the local fares. You asked about what the average fare means in this circumstance. We have the benefit of having been here. You guys know us. With regard to fare and schedule, we don't anticipate any significant changes. You may or may not know that Barry and I have regular conversations, and we have talked about the fact that, boy, you're really sold out and you kind of are lacking inventory, for a peak time. We can fix that by raising fares, and we've done that. We have also had conversations about, hey, historically, this time of year is really weak. Let's see if we can get some seats sold, and we've done some pretty aggressive fare sales. I also will note that there's a good, healthy spirit of competition with neighboring communities around fares that have helped drive some of our decisions around that as well. All of which is to say, I think we've shown that we're really willing to have conversations around fares. We do not always run a revenue maximizing strategy, although in general, we believe that good community air service does end up maximizing revenue by being reliable and by earning repeat customer business. One of our new features is that, and really, again, pioneered right here at Manistee, with a website that very cleverly gets you interline bookings. CapeAir.com, our website, will now sell you interline tickets, whereas before, up until February, you really could only buy just a Manistee to Chicago ticket. Now our website has a deep link into Google Flights that will then process the transaction on whatever website you selected to.
They copied the code I wrote originally. It took you 4 years.
Yep. Well, it was very, very clever code. This has been a great resource because now chambers of commerce, when they're talking to a potential business that's trying to locate here, there's a very easy way to communicate to that constituency how to book, how to get here. Just go to CapeAir.com, and then all the world's options show up here. And hewing to what's allowed in the RFP, our summer service at 4X definitely gives you more frequencies than a larger aircraft. There is a notion, of course, of moving frequencies around through a season, but at the end of the day, the way the current RFP is written, there's only so many frequencies that you're allowed. And if you move those around, having one daily round trip is really tough. Small community air service really only works if you can get out and back. And there's two pieces to that. There's out and there's back, and you need the connections to work. If you're going to a high-frequency market like in Atlanta or Orlando, you've got options. But if you're connecting to a low-frequency market, it can be really challenging to only have one or sometimes even two flights a day. We certainly feel that here in the winter. Cape Air has a new director of marketing that is taking over for all of our small community marketing. Her name is Rebecca Chase, based in Hyannis, and working very closely with Stacy Shuckhart, who's been our longtime Midwest marketing manager here. Our annual budget is $62,000 for marketing here at Manistee. When we started flying Chicago O'Hare, there were days when, due to the winds, we were unable to land with the crosswind component that we were experiencing in the flow at O'Hare. And so we started dabbling around the side of using Chicago Executive Airport for planned diversions. They're not operational diversions, they are planned diversions, when otherwise we would have to cancel due to weather, winds, conditions, flow over at O'Hare. Milwaukee Airport is just a handful of miles from Chicago O'Hare. We actually toyed with the notion of just proposing Milwaukee and then putting our flight numbers on a ground transportation shuttle between them, because it's actually a pretty convenient airport. At the end of the day, we decided not to do that. But going into Milwaukee, or Chicago Executive, synonymous, it's the same airport, creates a really nice option for reliable service. We actually explicitly asked on this slide in our proposal that DOT select O'Hare and/or Milwaukee or Chicago Executive, when otherwise we would not be able to complete a flight at O'Hare.
Only when you would not be?
Only, yes, only when we could not complete a flight. We know that people want to get into the terminal, but if the option is we're not going, or hey, we can't go to O'Hare because it's gusting 40 and they're not going to reconfigure the airport, they'll take you to Milwaukee and put you in a ground transportation right over the terminal. That's a pretty good option. We've actually got some infrastructure at Milwaukee already. We're storing aircraft there. That's, again, solving our hangar problem, aircraft storage. Yeah. We have the advantage of knowing each other. We've had frank and candid conversations in the past, so I'm not going to belabor too much more on this. I think it's wonderful that you guys have choices. It's really important and for the health of the EAS program that there be choices, and I think it's nice that you've got a couple of good ones. So we would certainly be honored to have your support for reselection, regardless of what Muskegon may have already done. If we don't have your nod, I would encourage you to consider writing in your letter that as Cape Air as a runner-up, because you just never know what's going to happen.
Is there gonna be any issue if we do change carriers? Is there gonna be an issue satisfying this current contract to the end of September?
The easiest question I'm going to get all day.
And I firmly believe that. That's not in the DNA makeup of Cape Air.
Well, I've appreciated that, we started out rough and you were willing to work with us and things did straighten out. But it is concerning that this is all dependent on another airport.
And
And I get it.
I guess I apologize for that, because we, as a company, we knew when we were doing this, that that was going to put you in an awkward position. Particularly since someone's going to go first, right? Either you or Muskegon. That's just how it goes.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any offense taken.
No,
No.
it's just, we get it, we understand that.
Yep.
I get the whole thing about it.
We learned a lot in the nearly 4 years we've had you folks here, and what is gonna help make us tick and grow as an airport. We've answered some questions that were kind of hanging out there that we speculated on, now we know answers.
So that concludes my presentations. I'm happy to take questions. Again, it seemed like the questions you sent out were really set up for carriers that you didn't have experience with.
I could have answered all of your questions.
I know you know our contractor carriage, but yeah.
But I'm happy to take your questions.
If you were able to get it again, is there other cities available, such as Detroit, Milwaukee, Green Bay, something on Wisconsin area, potentially?
Yep, so, Green Bay. I think there is a terrific market flying from here to Green Bay and possibly even Ludington, which is significantly shorter, believe it or not. It actually makes a difference. A couple things about why you didn't see it in the proposal. First and foremost, just operationally, it's a challenge for us because it doesn't fit in the existing pilot's duty day. If we had crew and aircraft that were already paid for, and it was just slipping in an incremental round trip, our marginal costs are much lower, and that's the kind of flying we love. Pretty much all additive. Also, we didn't want to put it in the EAS proposal because it was not responsive to the RFP. And the EAS program is pushing $500 million. It is almost $2 for every American now. Every American, including like children and infants. There is an optics problem in the Essential Air Service program. And so we did not want to do anything that would potentially put Manistee in jeopardy of having an optics problem. Just no fun doing that. We do lots of service that's outside of the EAS program. About half of the flying we do is not in EAS. So we have no problem flying unsubsidized service, and we love picking off little niches. As I look at some of the incremental flying we could do here, crossing that lake is a significant hurdle for people. We know that there is demand back and forth, and we looked at the numbers. On a fully allocated basis, I don't think it works, given our cost structure today, fortunately. But if it's just on the margin, and it's already paid for equipment and crew, yeah, I actually think it could work pretty well, particularly we would start it in season. Why we haven't done it yet is because it doesn't fit in the existing crew. You would have to bring an incremental ATP here to operate the service, actually two, if you want service. We don't have that. You may or may not hear from the other carriers where you have aviation conversations today. The pilot market is really changing. The pilot shortage we've been living through for the last 6-7 years fundamentally changed probably 3 months ago. This morning, Spirit Airlines announced they're furloughing 260 pilots. A lot of this is due to aircraft delivery issue and Pratt & Whitney engine issues, where airlines are not meeting their aircraft plan. And so now they've got all these crews and have airplanes to fly them. So there really is a just dramatic slowdown in the hiring, and that's going to very quickly trickle down. So I think it is a huge impact to small community air service, but I think that is one very positive for small community air service right now. So I don't see that being as much of an issue. I know that was one of your questions as well. We're now partnered with Republic Airways, and so we've got a very steady feed of pilots through them. And even that's going to change now that their cadre is going to probably balance out a little more.
And as of a week ago, you have an ATP pilot on your staff that's born and raised in Manistee.
We do. We do.
Bill and Gunya.
Oh, wow. Huh.
And who flew for you, right? Yeah.
They flew sightseeing flights for 7 years or something.
So he knows his way around the area, that's what you're saying.
A little bit.
Other questions?
Thank you for your frankness, again.
Yeah.
And it was, the turnaround was enormous. From what we had, we were definitely having some hiccups. But, again, overall, I would say it's been a great learning curve, and it's been a positive experience. Took a while to get there, but good.
Well, let me turn that around. Thank you for your encouragement and your patience, and for, at times, your firmness, because that really helped us get back on track. I came back to Hyannis from that November meeting with a very direct message to the leadership team at Cape Air. We just can't run a business like that anymore.
Well, admitting you have an issue is half the problem. You know, that's reality.
Yeah, that for me, I think will go down, you, from time to time, you have these core memory experiences that you reference back as examples. And I think for me, probably specifically what you did or led, will go around as, hey, there really are events where somebody can say, here's what we're gonna do, and follow through and see the results. So, that was pretty
And
great.
credit to the team here that did it.
Yeah,
I just sit in an
hands
office
down,
back in
right?
Hyannis. It was you guys who actually.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
And, I mean, you start off by saying it, but we sometimes, I think, lose perspective in, you provided us 2 of the 3 best years we've had as an airport. And, that makes us hungry for more. But at the same time, recognizing what you have brought to the table. And some of that was during a period of time when you were still having struggles. Going back to the last 2 years, and years ago, that year was not the best, certainly.
You know, and it's interesting times in the airports. And where the future's gonna be, like I said, large crystal ball out there, could go either way.
Let me know what you see in that crystal ball,
Yeah.
all right? We're looking.
I'm not seeing positives right now, but for small airports like this, but that's why we need to get as, ingrained into the community and EAS system as much as we can while the getting is good.
Oh,
All right.
big $500 million checks are still being written.
Yeah. Okay, thank you guys.
Okay.
I think
Thank you.
we're good. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I got you back on time too. We're an on-time airline. There you go.
Matt?
Matt can take it. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
So, as I said to Boutique, seems that the general preference has been to, kind of sit out while the others present. But after the presentations, if you all want to come back in and listen to the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate that.
It is a public meeting after all, so I can't keep you out.
Thank you.
Andrew?
Thank you.
Thanks much. Along that, thanks much. Okay. Hey, thanks for coming out.
Barry?
Thank you.
Barry?
Yes.
No, I boutique was very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't expecting that.
Me either.
You,
Mm-hmm.
If you could find a seat terms,
quite a spread.
that'd be a
hit with the locals.
Hell, yes. I mean, like, when I travel for work, I drive up to Traverse City, because I drive down and connect through Detroit.
Part of my conversation is going to be,
City still too many hiccups.
we make our
Depends
recommendations,
on the places.
not only.
That's easy for me, if whatever hiccups, and I cross the house.
Reasons we can't select
But,
things that we don't
yeah.
want.
that'd be a pretty big deal.
That gets into the stuff we can talk about.
Mhm. Now, the thing that I wonder,
If we-
like, they're not
Yes,
currently
if
planning.
we leave too much open,
Like what
then
would
we,
need to happen between now and October first?
choosing something we don't find desirable, but we need to.
Very interesting.
And then I wonder,
Say, we want this, and here's the reasons you can't select.
but this is probably a question for everybody who's not
And
here.
it gets in a lot into
From I mean, with
the
that many flights, per day,
waivers
you
of,
really gotta connect
that.
with the
You
community
have
pretty
to
quickly.
give waivers for certain things.
Raise demand early, and how,
Here.
what's the right way to do that for somebody who's not familiar with the
You
area?
can sit right there. That's kind of.
Do you not think that's right?
Matt, you're gonna have to start marketing
Hi, Matt.
for sure.
Yeah.
You either going to be offended or love the fact that my presentation's only like 5 slides.
Great.
So,
So, the way we're doing presentations is for you to jump on
Yeah.
Zoom and share.
no
I
worries.
don't know if you have the login information. If you don't.
I have it in
I
the
can give it
email.
to you.
Yep, no, I got it.
And while you're logging in.
So it's a posse of one with you today, huh?
Posse one. I feel like I should be the company's best salesperson, right? If I'm not, then we've got another problem.
Yeah.
I gotta let you in.
yeah.
Handout?
Okay, you should now be.
Oh, look at you, Mr. Secretary.
I was asked.
Thank you.
Oh, whoops, did not mean to. I will turn that off. Yep. Okay.
Fabulous. Mississippi.
I think we're all
All right,
ready.
let's go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, appreciate everyone's time this morning. I will try to leave the bulk of the time for Q&A, but I'll start with the highlights that I think are important for you guys to be aware of with Contour. The first is a piece of really important industry news, and that is that SkyWest has acquired 25% of Contour. SkyWest is the world's largest, most profitable, and I think pretty much unquestionably the best-run regional airline in the world. A fleet of almost 500 airplanes, a $3 billion market cap. They fly for every single legacy carrier in the country. And I think their investment in Contour is really a testament to the business model and the success we've had within the EAS space. So that coincided with the $25 million investment. And also, importantly, an agreement for them to provision us with additional airplanes, engines, and a pilot flow agreement that eventually results in our pilots, our first officers, ending up at United. From start to finish, the timeline for a new hire first officer to United is expected to be just about 4 years. The other thing that the SkyWest relationship has done for us is, given that they fly for American, Delta, United, and Alaska, they've kicked the doors open with the airlines that weren't already Contour partners. And so Alaska has, our partnership with Alaska goes live on April 17th. United has already sent us their agreement. We've signed. We're just waiting for it back. And Delta is expected to be online before the end of the year. But if I could maybe talk about, I say aircraft and engine provisioning agreements. Let me talk about what that means. I took over as CEO of Contour in 2015, and until the SkyWest deal, we had never taken any outside capital. So we grew from about 80 employees to almost 700 employees with no outside capital, no additional resources. We did that organically, sort of bootstrapping. Each airplane that we would add to the fleet historically was $1 million plus investment, even financed, because, we'd finance the cost of acquiring the airplane, then it's got to go through a heavy check for $500,000, then it's got to get painted, then it needs avionics upgrades. And so we were able to fund all that through normal operations. What's great about the SkyWest deal, and I'm happy, public setting, but there is no upfront cost to SkyWest putting airplanes into the Contour fleet. We purchase the airframe from them. They send it to the heavy maintenance facility of our choice to be given a full heavy check. They paint it in our livery, and then they add the costs together and finance it, the entirety of the costs, 100% LTV, over 4 years. So the deal was announced on February 1st. We have already taken delivery of 5 formerly owned by SkyWest aircraft. So we are purchasing the airframes, but we are leasing the engines from them, and the reason is SkyWest is the world's largest operator of the CRJ-200. They have tons of engines. And so by leasing the engines, they are also providing us, service. Most importantly, we're not taking the risk on the engines. If there is an unscheduled failure of the engine, they just give us a different engine. So we're not responsible for the overhauls, but we also don't care how much time is remaining on the engine. So, if there was an unscheduled failure, they could give us a different one that has 2,000-3,000 cycles left, and then we just run that one out, and they give us another one. So it really makes it very easy for us to predict our maintenance and engine expenses going forward. And then on top of that, there are the synergies with parts support. So the reason that we are concentrating all of our CRJs initially in the Chicago market is because Chicago is also one of SkyWest's largest maintenance bases. And so they have their own hangars there, warehouse, anything we could possibly need to support the CRJ, they have on site in Chicago. I hope that provides a good overview of why the SkyWest relationship is so important, how it translates to operational efficiencies, and really results in a more reliable operation. Barry had asked me to give you guys an update on our operational performance. I realize the numbers are kind of hard to see, but March was a completion factor of just over 95% system-wide. Controllable completion factor was about 96%. On-time performance was 74.2%. As you can imagine, winter, Chicago, I know you guys experienced it yourself. But our operational performance, we've already seen this. Believe it or not, our Chicago markets, Kirksville, for example, was a 90.2% on-time performance for the month. We had 4 cancellations in Kirksville last month, all on the same day. Our pilot got food poisoning, had to be rushed to the ER in the middle of the night. You can imagine we don't have a reserve crew sitting in Kirksville, so by the time we airlined someone out to Columbia, it was too late in the duty day to get anything done. But outside of that, we had 100% completion factor in 2 out of the 3 Chicago markets. Owensboro had 1 round trip for maintenance. But across the system, more than 2,000 flights operated last month, only 75 cancellations. And I wouldn't look at it this way, but of those 75 cancellations, some of those flights were made up the next day as a new flight number. So for EAS billing purposes, they actually were completed. From a customer standpoint, I think we'd all agree if you're spending the night somewhere, that's a cancellation. So here is my trump card slide. I'll wait for the next one, but I think in aggregate. This is the impact of jet service on a market formerly operated by a 9-seat aircraft. So the other thing Barry had asked me to do was sort of update Macon and Tupelo to show some more recent data. And so the light blue is the carrier prior to Contour operating 9-seat airplanes in Greenville. It was boutique. Macon, it's an airline that was no longer in business. Same thing with Page. And then, let me move the Tupelo. So you can see, I mean, all of these markets, very, very substantial market simulation. And I have an even more recent case study to show you that I should have waited to claim my trump card. Here is, so we started Vernal and Moab, Utah in February, but prior to that, the last markets that we had started were in August of last year. We took over 3 markets from Cape, and I'm not sure, Barry, if you can move sort of where the,
I can't.
Okay. Well, it gets up pretty high. Owensboro actually had the largest market stimulation, but you can see just the introduction of jet service, and by the way, it's growing, right? These numbers, you see the blue lines getting even higher. Kirksville, these three routes were all former Cape Air markets with a tech number 402. And the introduction of jet service resulted in 23%, 42%, and 53% increases in passenger traffic, respectively. So this is out of the gate, too. I mean, these aren't even mature markets. We've been here. This data, only has the first 6 months of service because we started in August. So these numbers continue to get better every month. No question, Marion will be at 10,000 enplanements. Kirksville, I don't know if any of you have ever been there. It's a pretty small town. They've historically had about 4,500 enplanements annually.
And they've had about 9-seat service for as long as I can remember.
Yeah. But Owensboro, Marion, I had a high degree of confidence was going to do really well out of the gate. It's, the most southern part of the state, a lot of interstate business ties. They're doing over 1,000 enplanements a month now, so they'll be at 12,000 enplanements for the year. Owensboro used to have service to St. Louis. We're going to Chicago. There is no Chicago service from Evansville, which is the closest airport to Owensboro, and so we're pulling a lot of the traffic south from Evansville, offering the only nonstop service in the region, and I think that's why you see it up by 53%. So proof is in the pudding. I mean, you have a case study here that is near identical to the selection you guys have in front of you. And, in just 6 months, we're seeing huge increases in passenger traffic. And then, like I said, the last 2 markets that we started were in February. CNY is Moab, Utah. Moab is very seasonal, and we have adjusted way more of our capacity to match the seasonal fluctuations in Moab. So that's why you see the SkyWest in light blue numbers much greater than ours, because they had much more capacity in February and March than we did. But as the capacity levels out and we start, we've added more capacity in the summer months, which are peak, you see that gap narrowing. In Vernal, which is not seasonal, we are operating the same schedule year-round. You see we are pretty close to achieving the SkyWest numbers. And 2 things to note. First, the SkyWest is doing that with the United code, meaning that was code share versus our interline. We've changed the hub, so it's a new traffic pattern for all the passengers that they have to get acclimated to. Most important, we're operating aircraft that are 40% fewer seats on them. So we are near matching the traffic in Vernal with an airplane that has 30 seats as opposed to 50 seats, going to a different hub with an interline instead of code.
What was the change in hub?
So Vernal was Denver, and Moab was split between Denver and Salt Lake City.
And it is now?
Phoenix. They're both Phoenix.
Okay.
So we're really proud of this because, in here, our most recent markets, we're only 2, we just finished our third, we're in our 3rd month. But as you can see, we're picking up steam, and both airports are really happy.
I'll just make a comment. I don't know if this is something you're going to touch on or not, but I sent the board a Cranky Flyer article about the SkyWest acquisition, and there was some comments in there that you may have read, but I'll just point it out, is if you look at all the hubs Contour is flying into, they're all American hubs. So, thus, the Denver to Phoenix switch over in hub, because American, even though they have an interline with, do you have an airline with United?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. They're American focused. So what they do.
We've built our network around American as we've grown.
Well, with SkyWest, go ahead, Adam.
Well, I was gonna say, given the recent press, that's probably, not bad.
United.
Sure. But American's been a very good partner, and the thing that's important in this business is scale, right? So, being the second largest carrier in the EAS program now, has made it very easy when SkyWest kicked the door open to secure these additional relationships, but also in terms of deepening our relationship with American. So, for example, American now handles us in Chicago. So we are operating on American gates using, it's American's regional subsidiary, Envoy, but the people working our flights are in American uniforms, trained on the Contour system. So that's something that they're not doing for any other partner not flying under the American Eagle brand. And it's huge because when we were being forced to operate off of common use gates, it's an allocation process that you have to go through, and so you might not get the times that you want, or up until February, we were actually on a remote hard stand in Chicago, and they would bus people out to the airplane. So American bringing the handling in-house and us working with network planning on our schedules, meaning network planning approves our schedule both from a connectivity and gating perspective. The cooperation is becoming even deeper, and it's resulting in a better experience for the passengers.
So with SkyWest investing, SkyWest has, with Delta, what type of programs are you looking at, co-shares and whatnot with Delta? Anything?
Yeah, I mean, we are in discussions with Delta, and they're saying from an IPT perspective, they expected more around the end of the year, but absolutely.
For an interline, I'm assuming. I don't mean to cut you off.
No, well, we made it to the end of the presentation, so this was, Barry and I discussed updates on two things: operational performance and the actual data from some of our more recent markets, particularly the former Cape Air markets. And listen, Andrew is great. I have nothing but respect for Cape. They're a great operator. I think I would like not to just say it's about the equipment, because, equipment without a reliable operator, alone doesn't make the difference. But I think, when I read sort of the package you put out that said Manistee's stated goal is to increase enplanements, this is how you increase enplanements. I think it's that straightforward, and that's why I felt like when I showed you this slide, you guys could see that it actually seems pretty reasonable to think that we could get you guys to 8 and then eventually 10,000 enplanements.
So the schedule would look like, I don't remember if I saw that in there or not.
Yeah, so I can tell you what our schedule is into Chicago right now, from all three former Cape Air markets. We leave the outstation at 7 a.m. We arrive at about 8:30. We depart Chicago at 10 a.m. Then we leave the outstation again at 2 p.m. or so. And then we return at 5 p.m. So your outbounds are at 7 a.m. and 2 p.m., and your inbounds are at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. Now,
although we're on Eastern time, so it changes a little bit.
Sure.
But
the point being, the way that we schedule our lines of flying are that they're designed to be completed by the same crew all day.
So you wouldn't be flying from Manistee to Chicago in the morning?
Yes.
Yeah, we would be.
7 a.m.
The airplane would be overnighting here.
It'd probably be 8 a.m., but still get into Chicago.
And 8 a.m.
But still get into Chicago 8:30.
Right, you arrive the same time you leave when you gain the hour.
So you get in about the same time as those other Midwest cities, aligned with that bank that's coming up after that.
Right. And look, we work with American Network Planning for each schedule release. So, depending on their schedule of banks. The way network carriers work is they schedule a whole bunch of flights to arrive at one time. All the passengers get off, change planes, and then a whole bunch of airplanes depart at around the same time. So our schedules are designed for connectivity.
Sure.
So if American changed the timing of their banks by an hour,
You might switch.
we might move it by an hour, but the point is, all three of those markets, in this case, American gave us a very specific window they wanted us in, and so all three airplanes literally have pretty much the same arrival time and same departure time.
Have you talked with them about times for Manistee?
By the time this starts, I mean, there's a lot that could change. I did have a conversation with them at the end of last week to let them know that there might be additional markets that we need gating for.
But early AM departures from
Yes.
there, so you can connect as
Yes.
general.
You're not going to have an 11 a.m. first departure.
Right.
I also don't think it would be at 5 a.m.
Right, sure.
I had a question as well.
Oh, I thought you meant, damn, you wanted a 5 a.m. departure, and
So a question I've got is, with the CRJs, those are relatively new to you, how do you configure 30 seats in a 50-seat shell?
we've removed pretty much every other row.
So you remove rows, you don't try to mimic the ERJ of 2 and 1.
No, they're still 2 by 2 with
Okay,
just
rows.
you're not gonna be able to touch the row in front of you with your feet. That's the other thing, aside from just like the actual equipment, the product is really good. I mean, it's more legroom than you'd have in international first class. It's very comfortable.
So my question is, okay, so with the interline agreement with American, would I be able to book my flight in using the American app? Or
Yes.
do you have to have the Contour app?
No, we offer it on both, although you should know that literally there is a problem with American right now that they emailed us about, that the interline partners dropped. This is from this weekend, that there's a problem with AA on the, booking AA on their website with their interline partners, but they're working on it. But that, literally, I'm happy to show you the email.
Oh, I'm fine.
It's not a
Technical glitch.
It's a technical glitch. But one of the things that I think is unique to Contour is most, not all, but a lot of carriers in our space with interline agreements don't offer the ability to book the interline partner on their website. You can book Contour to AA and AA to Contour on our website as well and through our app. So, you know, it might not be working on the American website today, it just started this weekend, but it's still bookable through the Contour website and via the Contour app.
So I'm gonna ask Adam's question. So from your app functionality perspective, do you have basically paperless boarding passes?
Oh, yeah.
You can get through TSA without having to get
We have TSA pre-check, yes, you can check in on the app, we have flight status on the app, you can manage your booking on the app.
So you'll get the notice SMS or whatever the heck the term is for that.
Yes. You mean in the event of irregular operations?
Correct,
Yes. You'd get a text and an email, if you opt in on the text.
Couple of quick questions. Marketing commitment, the others have, and I apologize if it's in here and I overread, marketing budget in the community.
Look, our $25,000 is hard spent. And you know, we could adjust it, all it does is increase the subsidy.
Sure, I understand.
It's the Department of Transportation paying for the marketing. But what I will say is we never consider, in-kind promotions, ticket giveaways and stuff like that. That is not part of the budget.
Sure.
So if we donate things for raffles and stuff like that, that does not count towards the $25,000. The $25,000 is hard dollars.
Sure. If we wanna add flights, if you see market demand that justifies it, would you look at adding non-subsidized flight? Well, I'll wait until they're done.
He's asking the same
There's
question.
actually some conversation we need to have on that. So do you wanna
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Two a day in the summer, two a day in the winter, what's the?
Flexibility in scheduling, you want to
Sure.
talk about that?
Here's, DOT prescribes, it's supposed to be 12 a week. What they've done for 12 round trips a week. So typically, in each market, we do once a day on Saturday and once a day on Tuesday or Wednesday. Those are the slowest days of the week. We do have traditionally AS Market, one, that's also very seasonal, Lewisburg, Greenbrier, West Virginia. And so what they did, when they submitted their comments, is they said, we would like a waiver from the requirement to have 12 per week, and they reallocated them throughout the year such that the average was 12. But they said, we want to go to one a day in December, January, February, March, and as high as 16 per week in the summer. And so as long as, the way we are thinking about it is Manistee has its own aircraft. So you can do one a day, or you can do three a day. You can tell us how many, per day you want during any month of the year. You're not being,
At the end of the year, the total number of
Average.
flights allocated
is an average of
an
12.
average of 12 weeks.
Mhm.
And I do have proposals for us to look at later in discussion around different options as to how we could
And-
shift those around.
So, you can, and it doesn't have to be, for the entirety of the month. So like if you knew that Memorial Day you wanted 1 week in May at a higher number, all DOT is gonna see is the average for the month. So maybe in that month we do 10 instead of 12 as we transition from a winter schedule to a shoulder season. There are lots of ways to do it, but the important thing for you guys to know is that you guys have your own airplane. So you guys can set the schedule, in terms of the number of frequencies by day of the week, by market, as long as obviously it can be supported by American in Chicago.
Great. Additional non-subsidized flights. We heard earlier that, airline would offer additional flights that were not subsidized. Is that something?
The New Yorker and me, no. It's,
Great.
I'm
just looking for quick answers.
Yeah. Look, in this environment, how we get passenger counts up is, and you probably saw this in my Q&A, we offer fares that are $40, $60, $80, which means if I sold every seat on a 30-passenger plane, I'm getting maybe $2,500 of ticket revenue. When you look at what our block hour costs are $6,000 to $7,000 an hour easily, especially in the Chicago market where O'Hare is so expensive.
You can't price the ticket to.
I would have to triple the ticket price in order for it to operate unsubsidized, and so it's just a function of economics.
I'm satisfied.
Okay.
Private charters or private service? Do you?
We offer, we carry a ton of NCAA sports teams. We're probably the largest charter operator in the music industry. We have a bunch of CRJs that have 16 seats. So like right now we're flying Chris Stapleton. We've done Kings of Leon every summer, Journey, Bon Jovi, Bruno Mars.
Bring him here.
Well, we're working on an
Come
amphitheater. Maybe we could,
That's the roots of your company.
That is, exactly. Long before we were operating airline service, we were.
Yeah.
so I'm set there. Do you wanna, I really had a bias toward jet service, so I'm really a fan of the notion of moving forward with jet service, but, there's some really negative press about your airline. And as we deliberate, I'd like to have you proactively address that for us, so you can put to rest what.
Sure. Well, listen, I think sometimes the press doesn't get the entirety of the story, right? So, Barry brought up Ogdensburg, which listen, I readily admit Ogdensburg has the worst performance of any market in our network. But that's really, the Philadelphia markets are the toughest, and I'll tell you why. When SkyWest pulled out of Plattsburgh, Ogdensburg, and Southern was in the process of getting booted from Altoona, all of them wanted jet service, but the Department of Transportation, it was a different time in the industry, and the way that they were determining the funding available under alternate EAS has evolved. And so there was a little bit more constraint on the amount of subsidy available, and it wasn't enough. How much, your subsidy is proposed at like $6.5 million. All of these communities had about somewhere in the $4 million range. And so I would say there are three things happening in Ogdensburg. By the way, if there's another one, I'm happy to sort of, this is the one that Barry brought up though, so I'm happy to address this one. Basically, we consolidated 3 markets onto 2 airplanes in order to try to make the numbers work. So each airplane is doing 6 legs a day as opposed to all of the Chicago markets that are only doing 4. When you have 6 legs a day, there is much less room for air. On top of that, the weather in Plattsburgh and Ogdensburg is probably the most challenging of any cities in our network. They're on the river. In the month of January, there was freezing fog, which is pretty much like a no-go. You can't de-ice and get out to the runway fast enough before you ice over again. And so with freezing fog in the forecast, we would proactively cancel the night before. Plus, there was a time, about a week, where their de-icer was out of service. Try getting a de-icer repaired in Ogdensburg, New York. It's not easy. And then, quite frankly, Plattsburgh is a stronger market, and so if we did have to make a choice as to which, plus Plattsburgh has a Legion service, much longer runway, just the facility. There's a hangar in Plattsburgh that we can get into. So operationally, Plattsburgh was much better protected than Ogdensburg, and so Ogdensburg took the brunt of it. Some of it was, and then the last thing is, of all of the hubs in our system, the one that has the fewest number of in-base crew members is Philadelphia, meaning someone calls out sick in Philadelphia, and we have a lot of home-based pilots. That's one of the ways that we retain pilots in this environment, is we commute them positive space into position. It's like a 6-hour recovery. So
how are all those negative consequences of those 2 markets not transferable to here? We're rural, we're remote, we're on a lake, we got high winds, we got bad weather. Everything.
On a river bottom.
Sure.
Yeah, everything that you said about those places, is right here today. So how are we gonna overcome them on a move?
First of all, the Chicago operation is large enough, and we have enough new airplanes coming. I mean, I told you we've taken 5 in the past 60 days.
New to you.
New to us. That Chicago has and will have a full-time spare. Philadelphia, for a 2-aircraft operation, did not have a full-time spare. Number 2, you guys have several other airports in the area, Grand Rapids. You are within driving distance of a huge parts hub. And even if it was a part that wasn't there, we can airline to there is no airport close to Ogdensburg. In fact, when we have an ERJ there, obviously there's no big ERJ maintenance provider within driving distance or close to Ogdensburg. So if the airplane lands in Ogdensburg at 9 p.m. at night and it needs a part, oftentimes the fastest way for us to get it there will be to send it from Smyrna, run down to FedEx. The FedEx in Nashville is open till 10:30, and send it out there. But the earliest time that FedEx will deliver to Ogdensburg, New York, which is 2.5 hours away from Syracuse, which in and of itself isn't the easiest airport to get to, is oftentimes we can't get a part delivered there before 1 to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which means half the day is gone. Here, first of all, Aerovision's one of our largest vendors. I know we're going to be CRJ in Chicago, but we have a great relationship with AeroVision, which is based down the road in Muskegon. If need be, we could drive something from Chicago. If need be, we can co-mat on, meaning put the part on, American or United aircraft to Grand Rapids or Traverse City and pick it up and drive it. It's totally different.
Great. And having a spare.
And having a spare. Look,
A lot of
a
other-
two-airplane operation, for all the reasons I said, listen, we grew organically and we picked up a few of those markets, and we probably didn't have as many airplanes as I would have liked to have had. I'm not sure that there's any jet operator that would have a 1-to-2 spare ratio, but certainly in Chicago, where we're already at 3 lines of flying and growing, there's a picture I have on my phone of 5 Contour tails in Charlotte on the gates lined up. And so, Charlotte was a priority for us to keep a spare because we had 5 lines of flying there. I don't want to make it sound like those markets were not important. It was, or that, we play favorites. It's just
Scale matters.
Scale matters, which is why we're building Chicago, we're building Phoenix, we're building Charlotte, Chicago, Phoenix. Those are the 3 that we're primarily orienting our network around. But there was an article about how the Kirksville, airport was closed and, Contour was impacted. But I encourage Barry to call the airport managers in Kirksville, Owensboro, Marion, because, outside of just the traffic generation, they're actually thrilled with us. Jeff in Kirksville, I spoke to last week, and he goes, tell them to call me. I gave him a heads up.
And I did.
Okay.
And part of the information I'll share later. But
Okay. I mean, I hope, I trust it was a positive reference.
It was.
So, one of the challenges in air services, small communities, is every negative experiences are magnified, and they travel faster. Word of mouth travels faster because everyone in the community knows each other. And so I think it's important to combat anecdotal experiences with real data. How many delays, how many cancellations, how are we comparing to industry averages? And in that sense, I like to say in the office, I deal in facts. That's what I look at. And it doesn't detract from anyone's reality. Their perception is going to be whatever it is based on the experience they had. But when customers call in, I encourage my agents to tell them that the experience was not typical of Contour, and that, on the whole, we're seen as one of the industry's most reliable operators. Certainly within the EAS world, I think we're widely seen as one of the most reliable operators. So, I think it depends on the specific situation. Like a de-icer being out of service in Ogdensburg for a week is, not ideal. But I think if it was things that we could be doing that we weren't doing, I'd sit here and take responsibility for that and say, here's what we need to improve. And I'll give you an example. Altoona, which is one of the 3 markets that's combined with the other 2, they, they're submitting to continue with Contour, but on a dedicated aircraft, and DOT has expressed a willingness to do that. Again, some of it was driven by the financial considerations of trying to give these markets what they wanted when it didn't quite fit or work on a standalone basis. Today, those markets are some of the lowest subsidy markets, and this is only 2 years ago, or a little over 2 years ago. Those are some of the lowest subsidy markets anywhere in the Contour system.
There's a couple things. One, I get, stats drive the business, and you can make good quality decisions. Flip side of that is that Joe Public is not gonna care. It's a customer service type of thing.
Absolutely.
So, just having an enormous, and I can't stress to you enough, in this community, having an enormous amount of customer service, will always be beneficial. This is a community that doesn't forget. So you always have to remember that. The other piece of that is I'm wondering about our airport, runway, de-icers, even having a decent hangar.
Do we have the
Do
infrastructure?
you, you walked around, you kind of go, man, Manistee's got that for us.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you're aware of the history, but we provided the jet streams so there are still a lot of people, obviously we've changed a lot as a company. We didn't have an airline brand. We weren't our own operator. But there's still a lot of folks at Contour that remember being here. We've looked at the performance numbers. Again, we are no stranger to operating in cold weather environments. That alone is not a challenge. It's what resources are available to support that operation. Access to parts, access to a spare. How easy is it, in the event that we need to divert? What are the alternates? Can we still get people there? So, for example, one of the questions was, do we provide alternate transportation, in the event of a cancellation? We don't, but we do provide transportation in the event of a diversion. Like, we're not going, if you are contacted prior to the flight and you accept rebooking out of another and chances are, I certainly hope we're, notifying people with enough time to make alternative arrangements. It's usually easiest for them to get there on their own. But in the event of a diversion, we realize we're dropping people where they weren't expecting to find themselves. In that case, we always do provide transportation.
No, I heard Karen ask some real specifics. De-icing equipment and hangars. Are you providing those?
Oh, except at the airports where they have de-icers already,
Okay,
we provide our own de-icers.
so I don't think we do.
No.
So you,
We would be showing up with it.
That's no problem
No.
for you, right?
and the lack of available hangar space, that's no problem for you?
We don't have hangars at most of the airports we serve, so
Okay, great. So
certainly.
the third thing, Karen?
All right, just our
general
runway and all that,
Runway length.
Well,
You're-
and also like our navigation system to come in. What's the 1940 thing that we have?
We're good on that.
That's all good? All right,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah, but,
So from an infrastructure.
This isn't even one of the shortest runways we operate off of.
Okay.
55, Page, Arizona is several thousand feet, elevation and only a 5,000-foot runway. So, the bigger issue here is not, the length of the runway or, it's going to be the conditions of the runway, contamination and whatnot, and, how the resources that are expended on your side to make sure that they're in a condition for us to operate. Which I think, look, your braking action reports are gonna be the same whether it's for us, a PC-12, or a Technum. That's why they're standardized, so everyone can look at them and make a decision. But, we have no problem operating in cold weather environments.
That's what I was listening for, is that we didn't have an infrastructure deficiency that would
Hamper your
handicap,
ability.
impair.
Look, we have more airports that don't have a hangar than that do. And overnights in West Virginia in winter, they're not on Lake Michigan,
Yes.
but it's not exactly tropical weather, in those locations either, and we make it work.
Okay, Brinkwitz, Snowshoe Mountain. Yeah, that's quite a challenge.
So the Q&A, you don't have any code-share agreements, right? But it wasn't clear to me, did the Southwest acquisition impact future plans?
Skywest.
Or Skywest, I mean?
I would say stay tuned.
Okay.
You have interline.
So no.
We do have interline,
Right, interline with
American.
American, and nobody else.
Well, Alaska goes live on April 17th, and we've already received United's and are just...
And Alaska is part of the Sky Team, which is Delta.
No, Alaska is part of One World, which is also American.
They switched? They used to be part of Sky Team back when I was flying all the time.
Alaska is One World now.
Okay.
So if,
So the key word in what he just said is stay tuned.
yeah,
So, you know.
For which, United?
Well, United
Other
Interline is
discussion.
coming,
For
but stay tuned on
co-share.
code share.
Oh.
And if you look at all the information, you can guess where that might come.
So
But
code share,
timing on that would be undetermined.
Well, what's the disadvantage for having Interline instead of code share?
I'll tell you. What'd you say?
go ahead.
The difference is, I would say primarily in frequent flyer benefits. You know, when you operate with code, you're carrying the marketing carrier's flight number. So for purposes of status recognition and things like that, it's treated as an American flight.
And you have code share nowhere, you have Interline.
Correct.
Correct. And American is pending on code share?
Not gonna say that.
He said stay tuned.
Okay.
so if I'm looking, okay, it's 12 flights a week, and if I was to go January, February.
But that's why the Cape,
Whole thing laid out.
but that's why, again, I presented the slides with Kirksville, Marion, and Owensboro, because that is literally the comparison of 9-seat code share service with Cape to 30-seat jet interline service with Contour. And so you see, despite, and Barry's questions rightfully recognize some of the nuance to pricing differences between interline and code share, and that code share sometimes is not, some of the benefits of code share are then negated by the fact that the marketing carrier pricing applies from point A all the way to point C via B. So there are pros and cons to both. But again, you know, if your goal, if the airport authority's goal is to increase enplanements, I think without question, Contour and jet service is the most solid option. If there are other considerations, you know, perhaps a different choice, I'd like to think we could go head to head on any of the fronts that you might be considering.
The only thing that I will tell you from a personal standpoint and thinking of the community at large is we had one option where we have the option to go to Detroit and Chicago. That intrigues the living daylights out of me, how we can service the community. Enormous.
And potentially Wisconsin.
well, they said Wisconsin
Well,
or
one or the-
Detroit.
Of the three,
Oh,
pick
yeah.
two.
Yeah. Well, the one was Milwaukee, yeah, as an option, but
We only have one market where we split hubs, and and it is an airport that does not have overnight service. We only have two that pretty much don't. One is the Greenbrier. They don't have an overnight airplane because they're largely driven by the resorts. So their guests don't want to be leaving at 7 a.m. They want to wait to capture the inbound guests. And the other is Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, which is actually on an Army base that folks have to go through a military checkpoint to get to. And so we have to find a way to stimulate traffic, knowing that the public isn't necessarily the biggest user of the service. And so we run it from Dallas to Fort Leonard Wood to Nashville, back in the other direction, so they get both hubs, but we are able to sell tickets from Nashville to Dallas via Fort Leonard Wood. And so we have a ton of people booking last minute, relatively cheap, cheaper than American tickets between Nashville and Dallas, who just sit on the plane for 30 minutes in Fort Leonard Wood. The reason we don't have that is because when you start splitting frequencies, I think it's a degradation of the utility of the service. Chicago, Detroit, both in winter, you run late and you're splitting your frequencies, the next flight isn't until tomorrow. You split frequency between Chicago and Detroit, you get one chance to make your flight for the day. So in a market I'm not saying that we wouldn't be willing to do it if that really was what the community wanted, but if you recognize that, you know, this isn't like we serve Macon to Baltimore. Almost everyone on that plane is terminating in DC. That the reason we fly that route is because DC was the second largest market out of Macon, Georgia. Here, if the majority of passengers are connecting beyond Chicago, then especially splitting frequency between two hubs where the hubs have different dominant airlines, I think you are asking for a lot of trouble when it comes to irregular operations. Things that are going to, you know, being mindful of what potential community feedback is. If someone's inbound flight is late to Chicago and our flight leaves on time, there is no other flight from Chicago to Manistee until the next day because you split the frequencies. So whether it's 7 and 5 or 6 and 6, you're not going to have more than one daily flight to either market.
Is the conversation moot because we can't change what's been submitted in the proposals with DOT, Barry?
You can.
DOT allows changes.
If there was concurrence between the airport authority and the carrier.
There's a process we would have to go through.
So in the interest of time, can we sum it up, ask the question, if the board wanted you to provide connectivity to Detroit, would you reevaluate that?
Yeah, I would say if we had, once Delta was in place, it wouldn't make sense to do absent having the Delta relationship.
Okay.
If you wanted to, sure, I just think it's, I understand, like, 2 hubs, 2 airlines, great. There are other considerations that I think are really important for the community to consider, because someone that misses their flight and gets stuck in Chicago or Detroit until the next day, you know, that's not necessary. You're going to take a negative experience and throw fuel on it. So I'm not saying we wouldn't.
But I'll just concur that if you look at the big picture, you know, there are pros and cons to different options. But with a 9-seat plane and therefore a lot higher frequency, that ability to split and it makes more sense because it avoids those issues. When you only got 2 flights a day.
12 a week, unless you, depend how you pool them.
It really doesn't make sense.
And by the way,
I know Ironwood with Denver Air Connection does do that. They got 1 flight to Minneapolis, 1 to Chicago. But their numbers are really not much more than ours, with 2 jet flights a day. So it can be done, but it doesn't have the same appeal as a carrier that's doing 6 round trips a day and can do 4 and 2 or 3 and 3. It just
in observance of the time, I'm satisfied.
Yeah.
The one other thing that I would just point out about that is 12 is the standard for regional jets across EAS. 12 is not because you guys are Manistee and historical traffic. 12 is what any EAS community getting regional jet service has. And so, you know, across the communities that have regional jet service, I would probably say 95% of them have service to a single hub. Doesn't mean that exceptions can't be made, and like I said, if it was really something the community wanted, you know, as long as it was cost neutral to us, we wouldn't be opposed to it, but.
Thank you.
Good info.
Sorry, one last thing. So if a flight is canceled or significantly delayed because of a controller or carrier controllable reason, and then passengers opt in to be accommodated through an alternate airport, is that just on other, contour flights? Is that American, like how?
No,
how do you handle that?
the benefit of the interline is that we can protect on American service out of any of those airports.
So you can send them to Traverse City on a.
Absolutely.
If there's American.
Yeah.
And I wanna drive there and then pay for parking.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Intermission.
okay.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you
Madam
so much.
Chair.
Thanks a lot.
Of course.
So Matt, as I've told the other carriers, you know, we're gonna discuss the public meeting, so you can come back and listen if you want.
Okay. Yeah.
So you're not kicked out?
Then I won't give up my seat so easily.
He was telling us,
Well, yeah, I agree. Here's where it is, but, you know, 1 o'clock, I wonder how much fat we're gonna chew here.
Cape was 2 and 4 frequencies, depending on the season?
Yes.
Peak 36 seats a day.
So to quantify the different, to quantify the passenger count advantage to Contour over Boutique. During peak season, I think we were saying 9 seats, right? Their frequency of flights was higher on smaller planes, so what it was.
Right, so 54,
54 to
9, 5, 6 versus 60.
So 6 seats per day over, 4 months, 5 months, 12 months. What I'm trying to really size up here is, how many seats are we losing going with Boutique compared to what Contour's offering?
I think it depends on how you allocate Contour frequencies. So like, if you wanted to, we could do 3 round trips a day on Fridays and Sundays, you know, in the summer. It's a question of matching the capacity to the demand,
Right.
you know, where you want it. And that's why I say, you guys have your own airplane. You tell me how many frequencies on which day of the week. So like, even in summer, it might make sense to do 1 on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday, and do 3 on Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday. Or, you know, we're totally, so I think it's, you can't really do it on a static basis, because you really have to think about how many frequencies or how many seats are we getting on the days that we want, in the season that we want, and what would we put there?
As I mentioned before, I've actually got
Oh, great.
a document that talks
Put on
about
the board.
basically 12 year-round, a kind of summer more, winter less, and then an aggressive summer more, which has 3 flights most days, but then you're pulling those from shoulder seasons. So there are different ways of doing it, and
And you've got the permutations.
I've got a slide that shows what I've thought of in those regards, looking at kind of historical numbers.
Great. Well, then,
And, you know, well, actually, something you didn't mention that is relevant is your proposal is a 3-year contract.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else's is
2 or 4.
2 or 4. So that is a slight difference. But even with a 3-year contract, you know, we could initially propose to DOT, this is how we would want them shifted. After a year or 2, if we discover we don't have enough seats in the summer and we got ample some other month, we can work with DOT to get that changed. That's, again, it makes no difference to them.
You want me to let the other folks know? We're
Yeah.
ready to
yeah,
roll?
it's a
Great.
public, yeah.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, DOT needs a plan roughly by month, because that's the way their system is set up as to how they.
That's literally the only reason why they need it. It is,
chairs for everybody?
I work in the state system all the time, I know.
it's very inflexible,
It's the way we are,
yeah. It,
make it fit. Okay.
So I'm gonna ask you guys to probably sit in the peripheral chairs.
Well, these are open, you can,
Yeah, we can slide down these chairs if you want, and, yeah, actually, I mean, there will be a few at the table, so. Did, Andrew, Matt Reinhardt leave?
Yeah, they're not, I didn't see him out there when I
I
was out there.
asked Andrew if he was gonna be back, he said, I think he said he was coming back.
Okay.
Unless he's on the other side.
I can take a look.
Okay, if you,
I don't think we need to say, we don't say
when we get started here, let's maybe,
Sorry?
if you could summarize, like, what the folks just observing, like, what
Yeah.
they can
Yeah,
and can't.
yeah.
Okay.
Quiet.
Is that the time that you can have lunch, bring lunch?
No.
We can't afford lunch.
Appreciate it.
Okay, Adam is back, so Zoom.
Let's, next thing on the agenda is evaluation of proposals, so if
Right.
you wouldn't mind just
Right.
He said they
summarizing
wanted
what
to
Okay.
the peanut
Okay.
gallery.
So, since this is a board meeting, and we kind of are now out of the presentation stage, those in attendance, you're not really invited to participate, but if, you know, we have questions and we want to direct them to you, we will. But this is really now the board's meeting going forward. So, as I said when we started, I've got a couple things I want to go through that play a role in kind of figuring some of this out, some of the technicalities. But I really want to start off with this. I've been here 16 years, gone through this process, I think, 6 times, and this is actually the best set of proposals we've ever had. I mean, from Cape Airs, which is kind of the weakest probably, just because it has the lowest capacity for allowing us to grow. But Cape Air, the last 2 years, have demonstrated numbers that are among our best. And I think all of the other proposals are very interesting opportunities, and there are pros and cons to everyone. So just, you know, it's like we almost can't go wrong generally. Now, things could happen that we go a direction and suddenly bad things happen. But in general, on paper, and really even after all the discussions that I've done outside of this meeting and what we've had today, we've got a really good set of proposals. Quality carriers, and I think we're blessed to have that. So, the thing I want to start going through, and I need to share my screen now, and this didn't necessarily come up a lot during conversations, but it is very relevant to our decision process. Because I've seen through reading a lot of community comments and DOT awards that a lot of communities cut themselves short by simply saying, we like this carrier. In cases where that carrier had multiple proposals and they didn't really go this next step in saying, we like this carrier and this proposal, so DOT generally just picks the cheapest proposal that fit within the community's guidelines. But there's also, and I think it is relevant to the situation here, is that there are reasons to choose a carrier, and there are also reasons not to choose a carrier. And I'm looking for direction from the board at the end of this process of direction in how I write our ultimate letter to DOT that basically lays out both, we like this and we don't want this for these reasons. And a lot of it gets into the details of what basic essential air service is defined as, and what waivers are required for us to accept certain proposals or to reject certain proposals. You can't read that, that's okay. That wasn't my goal, because I've basically got a couple slides that kind of summarize that. So, general definition of basic essential air service is it is scheduled air service. I've underlined that because that is a relevant distinction in one of our proposals, Contour's proposal. Because of how Contour flies, they are technically not scheduled air service. So either we need to waive our right to scheduled air service, or we need to go alternate EAS, we've done in the past, and I would not recommend that. But without us waiving scheduled air service, DOT can't even consider Contour's proposal for us.
And how is it not compliant?
It's the definition of the rules they operate under, Part 380, which is what we did for 8 years with public charters, and Part 380 is the public charter kind of exception or rule that allows Contour to operate with the crews they do and the staffing they do, and it's what SkyWest really wants to mimic, and SkyWest is trying to get DOT approval. DOT is basically, for political reasons, not right now, and it is part of the motivation, I believe, in SkyWest's investment into Contour, because Contour is already doing that. As the article that I had sent to the board kind of talks through some of that. SkyWest has got these jets sitting idle, and they can't find a way of getting them into productive use. So, again, technically, without us doing a waiver in our, Contour is not even an option DOT can consider. So, that's why it's relevant.
What does it mean to, like, what's the implication of that? You're
coming
getting
up.
to that, okay.
So the other things are to a hub airport, all the proposals are to hub airport. There's an exception for Alaska, but that doesn't apply to us. So that's basic general definition. Now, minimum requirements. So, 12 flights per week, that is part of the minimum requirement.
Average.
Well, no, that is not written into the language here.
Okay.
So if we want to have the option of having less frequency than 12 per week, because we want to shift some of those around, as has been discussed, we would have to waive our right to 12 flights a week as well. So again, without us proactively doing something, we can't, DOT just won't allow the carrier to say, you're only going to get 1 a day in January and 3 a day in July. That doesn't work without us taking proactive action. Some rules for Alaska where they have different circumstances. Flights at reasonable times and reasonable fares, that's just kind of vague, kind of like a worthless thing in here. With aircraft of at least 15 passengers, with some exceptions, and those exceptions catch us, so we're not entitled to 15 passenger aircraft. So it is what it is. This 4, and this is kind of, it was a little bit of my conversation with Andrew Bonney earlier around this, is that it is explicitly stated in the minimum requirement of a maximum 50% load factor for smaller aircraft or 60% load factor for larger aircraft. DOT conveniently ignores this in many routes. My recommendation is we don't allow DOT to ignore this as a factor for us, and that we actually claim our right here to a level of service that meets what Congress has established.
That's number 4?
That's number 4, yep. Number 5, we are entitled to a minimum of twin engine, 2 pilots, unless we've ever had service with less than that for 60 days or more. We, as an airport, have not in the past had service with less than twin engine, 2 pilot aircraft. So that, again, ties into the conversation we had with Boutique. We could waive that, but that is the one thing on here that if we waive and we ever then have it for 60 days or less, it's gone forever. We never have that right again.
And that's the only condition
That's the only one of these
indefinite.
that can't be waived for a period of time.
Okay.
That is because of how it's worded. It is, once we make the decision, it is a permanent decision. Pressurized aircraft about 8,000 feet, not relevant because we're basically near enough sea level that everyone can operate. And then section C is waivers. This is somewhat new in the language here. I think this was put in the last FAA reauthorization 4 years ago. Previous to that, there was carve-outs of things that could be waived by DOT, but not everything. They broadened it in the last set of rounds. So when, in 2012, after we lost Frontier, and we ended up going public charters through alternate EAS, we did that because scheduled air service was not a waivable constraint. That was the only way we could accomplish a Part 380 scenario, was through going alternate essential air service. Since that time that has changed, it is now something that can be waived, and therefore is much more natural and normal. So, except with the twin engine single pilot, everything else can be waived for a period of time. And the language here is that it is something we basically request DOT to waive. So it's kind of our impetus. It's not something DOT forces on us. It is something we can request to loosen the rules for us to get the desired result. I think that is all. So does that make sense to everyone? Mm-hmm. So if you look at all of the proposals, you could say that contours by default is not acceptable because something has to be waived on our part. So, that is what it is. You could argue that Cape Air's proposal, because it is status quo and it does not meet the 50% load factor, because we've been over 50% for the last 37 months, and their proposal is status quo, that does not meet section 4. So Cape Air's proposal, theoretically, is not acceptable to DOT without a waiver on our part. That, again, is ground that hasn't been passed because no one's ever questioned that. As Andrew said, I probably know this language better than most people, even many people within DOT. So, but I'm willing to fight those battles. We have in the past with alternates. If you look at Boutique's proposals, again, they have a proposal 1 that is essentially mimicking Cape Air's frequency, which if you look at their projected load factors, and our history with Cape Air would make that not a valid proposal without waiving that 50% load factor. You've got, on Boutique's side, a single engine and a multi-engine. Well, we currently can eliminate the single engine because that's something. So if you look at actually all of the proposals and you look at the rules, the only one that DOT could essentially choose, theoretically, with the arguments being made, is Boutique's twin engine higher frequency proposal, because it actually checks all of the boxes. So if we're looking for anything else, we have to realize that we're going to be requested to make a waiver on something.
Which we have the right to do.
Which we have the right to do. So it puts some power in our hands, understanding the rules. And it also, I think, lets us craft a letter of community support to DOT that lets us say, this is what we want, and these are all the things we reject because of not meeting the rules. And again, the only thing we can't reject is Boutique's twin engine higher frequency proposal. So we need to understand that, and again, when we make a decision, I need to make sure that I have the support of the board to phrase my response with these factors in mind, and therefore I want you to understand them.
All right, I think that we got that piece of it.
Okay.
The next,
So then the last thing I'll talk about is community. So I contacted communities on behalf of both Contour and Boutique.
mhm.
Boutique doesn't have many right now, but both feedback. They've both recently reselected Boutique, so they've had Boutique now for a couple iterations and like them well enough that they want to continue with them. The Boutique is working well, highly reliable, and so I will go off into some opinions here because I think it is relevant, is that Boutique 5 years ago grew significantly over a short period of time, ran into operational issues, had 12 to 15 EAS airports at one time, are now down to 2. There's a reason that has happened, but they have matured as a company and have basically completely turned around how they operate. And I have no qualms about who they are today.
I heard that clearly in the presentation.
4 years ago, 5 years ago, I mean, in Michigan, Ironwood is an example of a community that just liked them very much at the time. But that is a different Boutique than we have today. On the Contour side, the communities I talked to, more mixed. So I had one community tell me they would not recommend Contour again. But I had another community, and it's a local, former Cape Air community in the Midwest, going into Chicago, that had good things to say, although said that it was a little struggle initially starting up the first few months. So they've been providing service since August. But the last 3 months have been very good. There was initial issues around parts availability and just getting the station functioning and set up and operating smoothly. So a little more mixed. So the one airport that, had a negative, they requested me not to name them, and it's not Ogdensburg, it's someone else, but it's East Coast. And I think we heard some of the operational challenges around their East Coast operation. But here's now my opinion on this is, Contour is where Boutique was 4 or 5 years ago. They've experienced rapid growth over the last few years, now are the second largest EAS carrier, and quite frankly have pushed beyond their resources. Thus enter a 25% investment from SkyWest, cash flow, aircraft, parts, maintenance, pilots, flow through, all things that set them up to evolve out of their current recent challenges. And I will say, even the negative comment, they did say the last few months things have been better. So I see Contour as turning a corner. There's still a little bit of a leap of faith that they'll succeed because they've still got potentially a lot more growth coming, depending on how all this turns out. So that is what I've talked to airports, and that's kind of, the feedback I've gotten, and I added a few comments on that as well. So that is what I wanted the board to know about, as I'm gonna kind of more turn it over to you guys as to what you think for the decision process.
I'm not confident with Cape Air. I mean, I'd move them right off the table.
Well, they are off the table.
It's like, let's
I
just be real.
I agree.
100%, yeah.
Two things I just want to get out there with what I do like about Cape Air, though, agree 100%
And
off the table.
they're not terrible.
$62,000 a year annual marketing budget. I think we've seen them do what it takes to invest their money in this market. And so what I'd like to see in whoever is selected is that equal willingness to spend money when it takes more money to fill up the flights, to, do whatever it takes. And then the other thing that impressed me about Cape Air, and again, and whoever is selected, I'd like to see this, is when we had a challenge in performance, it was people at the top level getting involved personally and not just on a one-off to help until the problem or challenge was resolved.
And I agree with you completely with that stuff. My only concerns that I heard was this, it's either both or none, you know, so.
Don't get me wrong, like, those are the
Yeah.
two things, and I'm only saying them on the record,
And
and
they've been
frankly,
great.
because all the other people are.
Yeah. And they have been great about when we had problems, and
Yes.
here.
Yes,
And he said, I'll fix it, and he did.
and he did,
And that,
followed through.
So,
lots of respect for
a
that.
couple follow-up comments on that is, I honestly think from just purely a customer service standpoint, Cape Air provides the best customer service of the three options. They have gone above and beyond,
By far.
and, but
They had a
that
need
is
to
only
as well.
one well, they needed to because they canceled a lot of flights for a long period of time. But, you know, they have at substantial cost. So here's a factor is our local taxi in 1 year period got $42,000 of revenue from Cape Air in shuttling people around different airports.
Where do they need it, cancel weather?
If it's the consensus of the group,
Yeah.
that we're not gonna go with Cape
Don't waste
Air,
time on it.
and if,
Yep.
I'm just trying to keep us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I talked to, Moab, Utah's manager, and also, Cape Girardeau, Missouri, and the same I heard. And far with Contour was a little bit of a hiccup at the beginning, and I think that was with, Cape Girardeau, had about a year now out there, a little plus maybe. And it's probably, you know, a rough number, 85%. Moab was pretty fresh, so they really didn't have a lot to go on, but they said the good working relationship with the senior staff with Contour. Coming into the room today, I was absolutely 100% for Contour of the three options. Boutique and Trees Live in Daylight side of me. I was not expecting to see a two option, that has the ability to serve the community, you know, and you know, half of what we do here is for the community, the other half is for the community to bring people in. 5 of one and 10 of another. I love the amount of seat options that we have with Contour. I think, was it 37,000 if I remember correctly, roughly? And with, a perfect world, we will hit 10,000 with Boutique.
Did you prepare some permutations on configuring? You said you had a slide.
Yeah, I think that's only relevant if we're going down the Contour route, and then we can talk about specifics as to how we want to. I think we need, I think we need to talk a little bit more about pros and cons between Contour and Boutique before we go to that level of conversation, my personal opinion. But if you want to see it, I can bring it up.
Well, maybe go around the horn, George. We just go around the horn with thoughts then?
I like the
Madam Chair.
boutique mainly because of the flexibility, the more frequency, the cities. Long-term, we gotta look for something too, so we're not jumping every 2 years to somebody new, so the customers are knowing somebody
familiarity.
and getting familiar with good air service for the long term, so we don't get a negative in 2 years. It's like, oh, now how are they gonna have this year, you know?
Yeah, I actually was not all that crazy about jet service, but you have really give us some good information and has made this very difficult. Boutique, I like your Piaget, is that how you say it? Piaggio. I mean,
Are you going
that's
French?
impressive. I'm not a big fan of what Cape Air's flying. So that was very impressive to hear that, and I like the idea, even though we're not gonna have a pilot shortage, I think you're doing some progressive work in regards to bringing those pilots in to train them up. You know that you're gonna lose them, but you also have the feeder process. Again, Contour, it's very impressive. My worries were about our facility being able to support you, and there was no problems with that. This is, you've made it very tough, guys.
Really what I'm, looking at is, increasing capacity, and I wish, we would have seen Contour slides contour slides about increased capacity in airports that they went to. You were showing a ridership increase, okay? In my, I was really stopped in my tracks on boutique. And I look at the flexibility of both Detroit and, Chicago. I think of the three cities, you know, it's two, so it's not three, it's two. But, what I'm trying to mathematically assess is, if we have jet service and we can add a third plane or a third flight in the peak season with 30 seats, that's 9, 18, 27, that's three, that takes Contour 3 more planes to carry the ridership of what one jet is. So we're looking,
Yeah, catch that door. Thank you.
is we're looking at, growth. To me, the demonstrated increase in, capacity and ridership comes from, Contour slides. I've been in O'Hare, I think, 4 times in the last few weeks, and I went up to the Contour desk, and I talked to those agents, at the ticket counters, asking them how they like to work there, and they got in and were telling me about, that they were actually contracted, but American employees on contract and that sort of thing. And so from a customer service and competency, airline, pilot perspective, I think they're really both equal. To me, the differentiator is being able to, in the summer, peak season, take one of the flights from the off-season and put it on in the summer months and buy myself 3 more 9-passenger flights. That's really on my scale what it's coming down to. And to George's point about longevity of contract and consistency from the customer's standpoint, I really believe the market here can grow in a way that in my own business in town, I've watched push price and push demand, and I am trying to figure out a way where we can keep up with the market growth that may come if we supply seats to it. Arcadia Bluffs has been ranked the #1 public golf course in the state of Michigan, 26 in America, and that's why I've said about in Contours, can boutiques, airplanes handle that many sets of golf clubs? And the response was, 2 people book, and then 4 people book, and the planes fill up at different times. Well, those 2 guys could have been golfers. And the next 2 might be golfers, and now the last 2 can't get their clubs on the plane. And I don't see that with a cargo capacity with a jet.
The other thing you have to remember is that they're gonna land here and just get to Arcadia, and I did like that there's a car service.
Arcadia will come here and go.
Okay, so,
They bring an Escalade down and.
Golfer? You have something you'd like to share?
well, yeah, of all the EAS airport, of the airports with passenger service in Michigan, Manistee is the smallest by volume. If we went to boutique, we had stellar service, we could become 3rd from last, possibly 4th from last. Alpena is coming in at 13,046. And then, if we had Contour, I think we have the capacity to get up towards the middle of the pack, somewhere around 20,000+. Depending on, and that's, we're here to service the public in the best we can. But I'm telling you, the Detroit option just intrigues me to no end. And I don't think it's just personal. There's a lot of people I know that would love to be able to get to Detroit.
Yeah. A lot of Tiger fans.
A lot of Delta flyers.
Yeah, I think we have to remember, that with that option there, like, Boutique doesn't currently fly into DTW, so there's probably a lot to figure out there. And then at least as of right now, there's no co-chair interline relationship with Delta. So I'll be honest, if I wanted to go through DTW and Delta,
Go direct.
if there's not a co-chair interline, like I'm not, I'd go Traverse City, yeah. Now, potentially, maybe there could be plans and da-da-da-da, I don't wanna spend more time on that, but, I mean, that's something to,
Day trippers.
'cause, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the DTW option, though, I think intrigues me, quite a bit, probably less for how I might travel out of the airport. And I'll be honest, I typically choose not to, because of reliability, even at, Chicago or the horror stories I've heard. But in any case, I think the thing to look at there, potentially flying into DTW, is people coming up to Manistee. That all of a sudden opens this whole other market that exists outside of Chicago. So I think I probably had the same reaction as a couple people here, coming into it. Listen, bottom line is we wanna grow, increase employments, because our funding at these levels, at an increased number, increases very substantially. 600K at 8,000 employments and 1 million at 10,000 employments. It will just be such a delight not to have to pick which really important project we do in a year, because there's actually money to do it. So I was, probably like others, pretty, intrigued by actually a whole lot with, a Boutique presentation. And so maybe just a couple of highlights. I realize that Arcadia Bluffs comes and picks up people, but there are people, traveling to Manistee, even golfing, who aren't golfing there. So I think our car rental situation here is pretty difficult, and it will be, at the very least, it's intriguing that there's some, sort of potentially option there, and I have to believe that whatever option is there is a lot easier than how it is today. I think this is, I can't figure out if this is a change is hard thing or if it's real, but the number of flights, the number of options, I think, is a little bit more intriguing about Boutique, because even if we're rebooking people through interline relationships, I mean, the fact is, if I'm not in Manistee and I need to get back here, well, Manistee is the option to get back here. So I need to fly, in the case of Contour, I need to fly Contour back. Well, what if it's in a time of year where we've reallocated flights to the summer and the very next option is the next day? That would be extremely frustrating, and I think you mentioned earlier, Karen, in a town like ours, people talk, and I tell you what, I probably would choose never to travel again if that happened to me one time. And then I'm not on Facebook, but if I was, I'd probably tell all my little friends about it, and then, you know, that's how stuff spirals pretty quickly.
Exactly.
I think the load factor piece is probably, quite frankly, one of the more compelling things here. So, I'm not sure if Boutique, I know maybe I don't understand what load factor is quite so much, but, I mean, we have the planes that we would be writing in our letter as, hey, we want these planes or nothing, right? The word that Jeff can say, but Aaron can't, that one. That it ends up,
Get that a lot.
the risk is, those planes can carry more weight, right, than the ones that we fly today with.
Correct. Yes.
A lot more,
Yeah.
okay.
Significantly.
I mean,
Okay.
if you look at the option, the Tecnam is the most constrained. Boutiques have much less constraints, but still have potentially some constraints. A 50-seat regional jet that's only carrying 30 seats,
No constraint.
no constraint there.
Get some shipping on there.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't see where we lose either way.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting, kind of a tough decision today. So, I guess that's all I have to say for now, until we hear more.
So my question would be, Barry, what, if we elect to Boutique, and we open up 2 markets, I think that unlocks a demand that we don't know what it could bring. And I think we could find ourselves at a peak capacity real quick with Boutique. And so I'm really interested in how we can increase the number of flights, unsubsidized flights.
I'll give you two brief answers. One is, Boutique already somewhat answered that, is that they have a willingness to add unsubsidized flights when it makes sense. Somewhat limited, you can't double the flights, and it's not gonna work from a subsidy standpoint and operational cost standpoint. But that is a reason to go with a 2-year option, because after 2 years, we'll know, and then we can make the argument with DOT that the next period of time, we want more capacity because we've demonstrated that this is working and it goes beyond. So that is kind of how the process with EAS works with the 2-year bid cycle, is you can develop the market, and then you've got then the option 2 years later to say, okay, here is where we go in the next increment.
Well, since you brought up the term of the contract, you know, I have a concern that I don't fully understand the impact of the growth of Grand Rapids Airport on the eve of becoming a medium hub, right term, and the consequence that has for us. But I see ridership in Grand Rapids growing in leaps and bounds. And I don't know that we want to find ourselves in a position where if we elect a 2-year contract instead of a 3 or a 4-year contract, that we're at the table going through the same deliberation after Grand Rapids is a medium hub. So I would be interested to hear your thoughts on that, and at this point in time,
So technically, what contract we enter into, it theoretically doesn't matter from a DOT perspective, theoretically. Meaning, if Grand Rapids becomes a medium hub, we then are under certain subsidy caps that do not currently apply to us. And that, you know, roughly we'd be at or above them with pretty much any of the proposals on the table right now. It's a subsidy cap per passenger. So you reduce subsidy cap by either increasing the number of passengers you're flying or decreasing the costs. You look at the options, really talking about 2. Contours is a lower subsidy request than Boutique, and Contour potentially has the capacity for more passengers. So from a specifically 2-year question, Contour has less risk there because both of those factors are potentially in our favor to reduce the average per passenger subsidy. However, DOT, for political reasons, tends to extend out the time that an airport's allowed to kind of come under the subsidy cap. They don't generally like, oh, you missed it this year, you're out. Theoretically, they could. They haven't historically done that. But whether we're in the midst of a 4-year contract and Grand Rapids next year did that, it has no relationship theoretically to the length of the contract.
Well, right. But I think part of the direction you're seeking from the board is which carrier and what is the duration of the contract. And so the board, is that true?
Where that matters. So in Contour's case, it doesn't matter because their proposal is a 3-year proposal.
Right, but if
But
we
in
elect
Boutique, there are options that it could be different.
Right, so I'm trying to engage in that conversation.
And I'll put it this way, is that historically, this body has generally opted for a 2-year contract with a new carrier to demonstrate that they follow through on all of the promises that are being made. And then we consider a longer contract in the next cycle when we're comfortable with them. That is how typically we do it, because going a 4-year contract, then, we really don't, we're committed to 4 years. Now, yes, Muskegon just proved for the first time ever that if you petition DOT, you can get out of a bad situation. But I think the southern situation that Muskegon is going through is so horrendous that I can't imagine anybody getting to that level of performance that are around the table today.
Well, I guess in summary, my point on it is, I think that within 24 to 30 months, Grand Rapids could be a medium hub.
It's a possibility.
What's uncontestable is they're on a growth
They are,
path,
yes.
and their trajectory is pretty steep. Okay.
Although Detroit Metro grew faster last year than Grand Rapids did.
Fair enough.
So it's an average across the system, so as the tide rises, that number gets higher. So yes, they are growing, but it is in comparison to everybody else. So that is a risk, but.
What I'm trying to measure, I guess, is the risk of, if we, elect a 4, if the board gives you guidance for a 4-year contract, and there's a problem, which, the customer service and, from a thimble deep experience, Boutique has demonstrated exemplary customer service, from the number of people that are in the room to them landing here on their way the other day. I mean, okay, so I'm trying to say, what's the downside of a 4-year commitment, longer than we usually do?
One downside is that if we reach a capacity constraint, we cannot increase the number of subsidized flights. We can't increase the capacity without going through a new bid cycle.
We went
So
through,
it locks us in to essentially the number of flights. Now, as I said before, they can add a few unsubsidized, but it's not going to be that many just because of the economics of the situation. It may be a few on certain peak days, in certain peak seasons. But if we really take off and we realize that instead of 6 flights a day, we need 9 flights a day in peak summer, we can't do that without going through a new bid cycle. So that would be a reason to protect us in the long term, to allowing us not to be maxed out in growth.
Well, what was the spike in growth, ridership, and Contour? It seemed to me as though in Contour's communities, there was some exponential growth in
like
very short order.
42%, and,
Yep.
yeah.
Now, I didn't mention this before, but I will mention it now because I think it is relevant, is that is in comparison coming off of Cape Air at kind of their worst in those communities. So a year and a half ago, when we were having a lot of cancellations, that was comparison numbers that Contour is now comparing against. So, yes, but it's kind of like bad comparison in some ways.
Look at what we did with Frontier.
Yep.
When we brought a jet in.
Yep.
What were we, 21,000?
Yes, 21,000 total passengers.
A decade ago.
Yes, yep.
Overnight.
The only one downside I would say with Boutique was don't currently work in Detroit. And you got a lot of legwork to do to get things lined up for getting that to accomplish. It's kind of, we're shooting in the dark at an unknown that's gotta happen.
Well, I would not want us to choose Boutique because they offer Detroit. Give them a 2-year contract, and they can't get into Detroit for 18 months or 12 months. Because our decision to go with Boutique was to serve 2 markets, Detroit and Chicago, or Chicago and Milwaukee, go somewhere else. They're not teed up to go somewhere else, and they're halfway through the term of their agreement, and they haven't produced the result that we chose them for. which was multiple markets.
But in some ways, you're going with somebody because you expect it to be a long-term relationship, but you've got a 2-year cycle where you can always have some protection of, ooh, maybe that's not working. So, you know,
I get it.
I'm not as concerned about that. But yes, it wouldn't be the strongest reason of thinking in the next 2 years, we're gonna accomplish all this. Because in reality, it's gonna take time, and I think I heard that a Delta interline might be the end of this year, you know, and those are always optimistic guesses, because these things take much longer usually than people.
If I can say one thing, if an airport won't accept you or doesn't want to or doesn't have capacity, they generally tell you that. And that isn't what, we're getting pricing and information from Detroit saying, here's what it's gonna cost you, right? Not like, you can't come here, just for.
Well, there again, if the option of Detroit along with O'Hare, if that second option wasn't there, it's a no-brainer for me. You really threw a wild card in there.
I want to go back to the Frontier issue. Now, again, I get it, but you have to remember, when Frontier was here, things were a bit different too. We had, like, my neighbor every day got on that jet and flew down to Chicago, you know, or Milwaukee, or wherever he was going. You know, it's like, so we have a different clientele now. We have more tourists.
Was that for work he was going?
Yeah, and most of the factory guys
Yeah.
were jumping on jets and,
Yeah.
you know, every day. But again, we have an older community. We are also hot on our tourism, which coming to us, not as much as going away from us. But people like to go to Chicago to shop, one of them, and like to get down to Detroit for all the, you know, sports stuff. So those are two. I mean, it's different. It's a different clientele than it was when Frontier was here.
Well, I think it's a better clientele
Well, I think it's a different variety.
in terms of spending money.
Well, yeah, if they're coming to us,
And I think the amenities the community offers
Yeah.
today is more enhanced.
yeah.
And so I see a real viability that will max out ridership offering two markets.
So I'm gonna throw out one thing, because I wanted to save this more towards the end, just to see where things come out, because this could be something that moves the discussion. So if you look at our goals as an airport, that passenger claimant number is the top. But we've also had this goal of getting a runway extension for a number of years. The justification for that is basically impossible. Our carrier is a 9-seat carrier. If it's a CRJ jet, our ability to make the case for needing that runway extension, still a hurdle, but it becomes possible to do. Number two is there is currently in the federal bipartisan infrastructure law, there's $5 billion allocated for terminal projects. 20% of that is reserved for small airports. We have on our capital plan a proposal for us to try to tap into some of those funds to address some of our terminal needs. If we've got a 30-passenger jet, our ability to qualify for those funds and justify them goes up an order of magnitude. We don't have the space statistically to efficiently handle that number of people. With a 9-seat carrier, it's going to be practically impossible for us to justify going after those funds. Those are two growth and overall airport funding and project goals that are aided with a larger aircraft that do not exist with a smaller aircraft. Now, I'm just throwing that out there because it's a fact and it ties into overall board goals, even though they are somewhat tangential goals.
Well, you said that we'd have to go alternate EAS with Contour, and you recommended against.
No,
No?
we have to waive
We have to wait.
scheduled air
Right,
service.
right.
But that is how we can
Mhm.
go through standard EAS.
And like, what does that really mean?
Right.
But, yeah.
What's the negative consequence?
There really isn't any in how they have evolved. It used to be the case that if you weren't a Part 121 or Part 135 carrier, you couldn't get an interline agreement with a major. It was just so far out of the realm of what they would consider. Contour actually may have been the first to succeed in doing that, and has kind of paved the way. And once that happened, that's kind of like the one hurdle that was preventing them, really from our perspective, of being treated like any other carrier. It's just a technicality in DOT definitions as to what scheduled air service is and what Part 380 is.
So you mentioned you had schedule synopsis of what it would look like. We got 12 flights a week, and we shuffle things around. We need to take a look at that. So if we have one flight a day in the winter months, being after Christmas, so you went January, February, so one flight a day would be leaving here in the morning and coming back in the evening, I would assume.
Probably not, because that means that plane has to hang out.
Yeah.
And it's O'Hare, you're not gonna
Or
have
there's
the
other places that plane
capability.
goes to service.
That's possible, but in general, if you're dealing with one flight a day, it's generally more of a midday out, midday back, kind of splitting the difference. But-
We do sit our airplanes
Okay.
O'Hare on Tuesday, Wednesday, we do come in the morning and.
Okay, then I take that back, it's just.
Sorry,
Oh, that's
No,
important, that's important
That is
information.
good, no.
and I go
was
back to
assuming-
what I said earlier about the schedule, like, we're happy to develop the schedule based around the needs of the community.
Well, try to get out of here in the morning as early as you come back late in the day, when
But you want the schedule to work with American schedule, and obviously they have to have a gate, so there are those constraints, but otherwise, and that,
So, like I said, there's three options. One is just flat 12 a week, year-round, and we don't try to adjust. This is kind of what I call the medium option. This shifts some from winter to summer. And I'm starting with October because that's when the contract starts, so
Yeah.
it's a little bit. So, again, 12 a week is the average. So basically, this has basically a mid-June through end of October at 14, so basically 2 every single day. So, you don't have, which day of the week is it? So 60 seats every day from our peak through our shoulder seasons. And part of me, with my board seat on Manistee Tourism, in the summer, as a community, we're fairly maxed out. From a tourism standpoint, it's those shoulder seasons that are areas that we're looking to develop. So I like this because it spreads capacity through a longer period of time to accomplish goals of growth in meaningful ways. And then, there's some tweaks in December, November through the first half of December is a slower period of time, with the exception of Thanksgiving week, but other than really 2 days that week, that period is slow. But the second half of December through New Year's is, for us, a much higher demand period. So this kind of allows that. It basically has January and February at 1 flight a day, with the exception of the first few days of January. And then kind of the in-betweens are scaling back up. So it's moving predominantly January and February flights through the summer and in shoulder.
Trying to grow it.
Right. And then down below is, for an 11-time-a-week schedule, 2 times a day except Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, 12 a week, 2 times a day except Wednesday, Saturday. and then 14 is obviously every day. So that's the middle one. This is now the more aggressive one. So this pushes to our peak summer season, which is basically last week of June through August 15th, 18 flights a week. So basically, that's 3 a day, except for Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday. So you've got 2 a day on the slower days, 3 a day on the peak, but just for that peak season. And to accomplish that, you now have to pull from the shoulder seasons back. So there, you see the shoulder seasons are now 11 a week. So you've got 3 days a week. You've only got 1 flight to move those to accomplish the summer. I personally would recommend the previous version, the more middle one, because I think, at least for the first couple of years, 60 seats a day is going to be ample. It's essentially what Frontier was flying. I mean, yeah, they had 37, but it's
consistent service.
And it's more consistent, predictable through peak as well as shoulder, and you're only really hampering the core. But if 2 years from now, we really said we sold out for 3 weeks in July because we could shift around and do some things. So there are options, but this would be what I would recommend based on what I feel the market is at. So that was,
I think Contour allows us, based on your chart there, to more easily meet, increased demand. Because one recalibration is 3 flight passenger.
it's essentially, yes.
That's really what I'm trying to understand.
All right, where are we at? Time for a motion.
Where does Cape Air purchase their fuel today?
They try to purchase here when they can, so because it's cheaper here than Avgas is at O'Hare. But if they're flying 7 or 8 passengers, they can't tanker that much fuel, so then they have to fuel in both.
Can we make a motion? Question or? I'll make
You want
a
it wrong?
motion
Okay.
that we go for 2 years with Contour.
Well, it's proposal
3
3, so.
Thank you.
So I heard a motion to,
Recommend
Recommend
DOT
DOT,
Contour's proposal.
yep,
And associated with that would be the required waivers, of scheduled air service, 12 flights a week, to make it all.
Is that schedule doable? That second one that he was showing?
Absolutely. Much, even easier than, but I'll finish. You guys do your thing, and then I have a comment that I'd like to share.
Well, don't tell us after.
Yeah, there isn't a second yet.
Well,
I don't
I think
wanna-
we should get
yeah.
a second follow.
really quickly, in the letter, we outline reasons to choose and reason not to choose. Is it for all 3 proposals, or is it just in the proposal that we're offering our
No, it would
primary?
be-
One we're
it would
accepting.
be- It would be, here is what is necessary for us to accept this proposal, so here are the waivers needed. And then I would include in the letter, here are reasons we reject other proposals where waivers would be required for them.
Okay. All right, so I mean, that was a really lengthy motion, so we all heard it. That one's on the table. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, do we need to do a roll call, or
Well, I
Yes.
would say, is there any discussion?
is there any discussion?
Did you want to add?
Yeah.
I understand that the goal is increasing employment, and I just wanted to point out, I mean, when I go around the contour network, the airports that are hitting 10,000 enplanements, Tupelo, Macon, Marionville, Lewisburg, Page does, Vernal will, Fort Leonard Wood, we got Fort Leonard Wood to 10,000 enplanements for the first time ever in the history of the airport. So I don't think you're wrong to recognize that capacity is an important element of, hitting that milestone. We have a history of doing it around our system. I'd say probably better than half of our airports are hitting 10,000 enplanements. Quite frankly, the ones that don't never have and just won't based on population size. But when you look at 9-seat airports hitting 10,000, you're non-existent. In fact, I'm not even aware of one.
We got it for Alamosa. They'd never had it, and we got them to 20,000, and then
We got a bunch too.
Yeah, no, they're out there, more rare though. Any other discussion?
I mean, I think the increasing the ridership is important. I have maybe some concerns, with Contour that are we gonna get the personal care and attention we need to, do the marketing outreach and, spend that would be required to be successful in driving that additional ridership, which sounds like, virtually, X percentage of capacity overnight. For what it's worth, I'm curious, especially if it happens more quickly, are there things beyond the, airline, infrastructure that we'd need to have in place, and can we? So we offer free parking. Well, drive by any day and our parking lot is really full when we have very limited capacity today. That'll be interesting. I think how do people get here if they're not, and travel around if they're not golfing at Arcadia Bluffs? I think that's still a question, but things we'll have to work on.
So, our parking lot gained 50% in size when Frontier was here, kind of almost after they were here. The logistics of doing that, because we had that.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to funding, you generally have to demonstrate the need before you can then accomplish things. So it's sometimes growth is challenging, but I'll tie this back to the subsidy cap in Grand Rapids risk is thing that will help us the most is increasing number of passengers, because you take that cost and divide it by number of passengers. So what protects us most is what we believe will accomplish the goal of increasing claimants the most.
It seems to me the best thing we can do from an economic development perspective is increase ridership and create demand, not only for a car rental company to give birth and fill that unmet need.
Well, you wanna do you're saying a community service, so there are other pieces to, just the amount of people we're shipping in.
That's why I like the frequency and what they've done in their reliability and customer service. Numbers are great, looking for that too.
Yep. Big picture.
What were the downsides? I didn't hear your thought, Karen, about the negative consequence of the increased ridership.
I'm not thinking it's a negative consequence, I'm just saying that it's a bigger picture. There are some also other customer service things that are being put on the table that are good for the community. That are beneficial for when we do bring people in an economic development type of approach. If you bring people into the community, I don't want them going out to Arcadia. I want them in the community here, Come downtown, visit our restaurants, got a great hotel on the beach. I mean, I'm just not focused on Arcadia or Crystal Mountain. That's even worse. I want them here as well. Now, I'm not saying that we're not gonna ask for that market. Yes, that's great. They're in our community, they're in our county. I love it. However, I just would like to see a little bit more, you know, ability for them to be around. And I think that having these additional customer service options allows them to say, hey, maybe I will drive around town.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, are you saying boutique has a rental car service?
Plus, I am impressed
Is that
with,
the customer service?
I'm also impressed with their approach to customer service. I felt good about that. Not that anybody else didn't have good customer service, but it was just a little bit more. I mean, we have demonstrated that Cape Air has fabulous customer service, you know. So I guess I'm just keep saying it's a bigger picture. Again, what will we need to accommodate jet services here? And yes, you know me, Barry, I have been on a rampage about things need to be taken care of out here, and we have to have money. So I get that, I understand that. I'm just trying to put it in sequence appropriately.
Looking for a more softer scale up than a boom,
I-
because you're concerned the boom,
Well, I've seen it
Turn to
before.
busts.
Yeah, I've seen it before,
I've
you know?
seen many times, yes.
So yeah. Maybe it's my conservative side.
No politics, no politics. So Karen is the Democratic
Right.
county representative and Jeff is the Republican, so that was a little
Yes,
Perfect.
we play that
tampering
out.
going on there.
we get along though.
And they're chair and vice chair too, so.
Yeah, I think we'll call for a vote. We do a roll call.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
Let's start that way and go
Well,
around.
actually, I'm
Yeah.
kind of randomizing it, so, are you ready?
So it's
No.
a yes or no on
On the
Contour.
contour. So, Karen,
no.
Adam,
Yes.
George,
No.
Jeff.
Yes.
Typically, the chair goes last.
I don't think you'll lose either way.
It's,
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
there's,
what happens on a no? Because obviously we know what happens on a no.
Well, then we would
I would
open up for
assume-
alternative proposals.
I'm trying to think, Karen, do we need to have is it a majority of the quorum?
oh,
Or is it a majority of the board?
Majority of the quorum
yeah,
Of the quorum for this board?
yeah,
for this meeting.
yeah.
Good, because otherwise we're calling a special meeting.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, Melissa,
Well, what is alternate, like, we continue this discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
that motion fails, and then we.
Doesn't mean it won't come back up again, just means that there's not enough discussion yet.
And I've got an EDC board meeting to chair at 3:00.
No pressure, though.
I'm gonna say no, but I have a few questions, right? I'm gonna say no,
Okay.
but hang on.
Motion fails, though.
Right.
We start the
Motion
discussion
failed.
over.
Yeah. So I think in my mind, probably the only thing sticking in my head is the trajectory, is the speed at which the increased growth happens. And the part that's in my mind is probably what Karen talked about, is our community's ability to service in positive ways, right? The people coming in and the people going out. And I'm not saying that I think the problem doesn't exist with boutique, by the way. It's just, it's obvious that the volume is like that with or at least the possibility to have all that. It just feels a little bit more black or white, zeros or ones with Contour. It's gonna be there, and that's awesome. So this is, I think, let's be clear, not a boutique versus Contour thing. I think this is just a general right, increase in volume thing. We can have a great experience even with the airline, but if the experience in our community is not great, then it doesn't matter how stellar the airline is, does it? It's, well, I'm not going back there, that sucked. And probably, obviously, I'm picking on Adam with the Arcadia Bluff example, and likewise, I keep on going back to the stupid rental car thing. And that's probably one of a couple examples. But I think we get somebody who's here, and we have fabulous hotels now and lots of great things to do. But in all seriousness, how do people get around Manistee? And it's a problem with either, because I mean, it was one slide, and I prepare slides for work all the time. Well, you say you have it, that's a really cool thing on a slide, but brass tacks, we have no idea how it works or how well it will work or what the future with this travel go or whatever it's called place, if that'll actually shake out. So I think that's I just want to get that piece on the table a little bit more.
Let me throw out some, information on that. So we had a major national rental car chain here in Manistee for 6 months when Frontier Airlines was here. The demand creates the opportunity.
Yeah.
So as a community, we lack certain amenities that are expected in larger communities. The only way to get them and be attractive to those providers is to have the demand. And yes, sometimes it's a painful period of transition, but by slowly, incrementally growing, it makes it actually harder for us to justify to somebody that, well, there will be demand in a couple of years, why don't you start your business now?
Did you have to manage that major chain?
No,
So the airline did it?
no.
Major
They
chain
came,
managers
they
out.
chose to come in, all right. But Boutique is talking about they have a chain already, they're working on.
Well, no, currently, Boutique basically, what Boutique currently does is not very much different from what
Going on right
Victoria
now.
does.
Okay.
Yes, they have some online capability that is lacking in the current, so it is a step up. But, again, I'll give an example. Frontier was here, Enterprise started in August. Frontier started in April. It took a while for that all to happen. Over Labor Day weekend, Enterprise had over 20 vehicles rented out of here. Boutique isn't going to be able to staff 20-some vehicles at a peak and then justify that year-round when in January they'll need 5. Enterprise, where you can move cars from Cadillac over, a national chain has more capabilities of handling that shift. Although realistically, they all struggle in peak summer right now. You can't get a car out of Traverse City, book in advance in the summer either. So it's just, my experience is that it is sometimes, again, Frontier was here, people were parking on the dirt everywhere out there because there was not enough parking. But that then allowed us to grow.
I took a vacation day today off my economic development day job. And, in constructing about 2,000 homes in my career going into communities, to Karen's point, those communities always sat around a table like this and said, we want to be able to service the customer here. We want more retail. We want more dining. We want those amenities, so leakage is the term. We don't lose people elsewhere. And the old saying is, retail follows rooftops. You need the people first to create the demand for the new store to open on River Street. You need the ridership of the airplane to create the demand for the rental car company, what Barry said. Somebody's not gonna set up shop and bet on the come that they're gonna have a customer. Somebody's gonna wait until the customer comes and then say there's an unmet demand in the marketplace that I'm going to fill. now let me do a rental car company. So, and I think that's true with anything on River Street. I think the reason why the community has lagged the amenities that it has is because we haven't gotten the people to come spend money in our central business district.
Because we can't figure out what the hell we are.
And so that's just my point, is I think we need the ridership to drive the disposable, income to be spent in the central business district, and then we will meet the need of the customer. I don't think the investment will come absent the customer here first.
So we need 10,000 to get our million match, right? All right, so we heard today that everybody thinks they can get us there easily.
Fair didn't say that, but.
Oh, okay, all right. So,
Sorry, Andrew, I just had to throw that out there. The numbers.
my thought is if we want to go 20, 15, 20, right? That's what we're shooting. We want more. What are we gonna be here? Are we looking to be Traverse City minus, or are we looking to be, I wanna know that, because I wanna be practical. If you were gonna bring in 15,000 or do 15,000, again, are we ready? And I say no.
We're not, and the demand is not there for that in a time period that we really should be focused on. And that happened over time.
Yeah,
Yes.
hopefully.
But really,
We're
we're
not
talking the next 2 to 3 years, what we think is reasonable, attainable. And 10,000 is, I think,
The
that
expectation.
goal. Anything beyond that is, we're wasting our time, I think, talking about that. I think whatever decision we do, because, we're struggling here because there are quality options
Mhm.
That's good.
that lead us to believe that we can accomplish some of those goals. And then what that means in the community, that's a separate set of conversations that is not our responsibility.
Your point about the runway
We're
barrier.
bringing them here.
If you think that jet service helps us, I think, is there two components to funding for the extended runway, which the Airport Authority Board has already acquired the land because they thought it was a priority, and the two components are ridership, but existing jet service?
It's not, ridership does not really come into play there. It
No,
is.
for the $1 million a year.
Yes.
Right.
But for justifying a runway extension, it's all about number of operations per year of a class of aircraft that demonstrates needing that longer runway.
So, the jet is the class of aircraft that helps.
It's borderline, but Traverse City used their runway excursions with the CRJ on their 6,500-foot runway to partially justify going to 7,200. So it's something that can be used to demonstrate a need from a safety performance perspective that is not there if we're operating 9-seater.
The leakage we have here is internal. I'm a board member on the Airport Authority. I do not fly out of Manistee.
Yeah, me either.
I don't either.
Again, the catch becomes, if you have the correct service, you'll stop the leakage. So when you start talking about numbers, if the number's 15 or 20,000, you're going to be collecting some of that internal that you're currently losing.
You have more opportunities back and forth
No question.
on one.
I don't see a loss, I don't see we lose either way.
I don't either. It's just, and again, yeah, no.
So there needs to be a motion. I'm an affirmative on either one. But it's a matter of what one can best serve what we're trying to accomplish. And we're looking at service for the airlines to service the community. The car rental is an ancillary.
So what we're trying to accomplish is hitting at least a minimum mark of 10,000.
Correct. That's probably the
And we
current
have-
goal.
We have two that have said they can do that.
Well, I would look to accomplish not the minimum of 10. I would be happy if we had 25,000 people through here as opposed to 10,001.
I think that would be fine, but I think we have to be ready for it.
Well, I guess I'm really trying to understand specifically how we're not ready for it. So in our next board meeting, we can say, here's what we have to do to get ready for it and make a checklist and do it. So 2 years from now,
Don't have the same.
we say we're, okay, we took care of whatever we needed to take care of, now we're ready.
I'm a step kind of person. It's like, you know, when we sit down and look at our facilities budget and facility needs, those aren't gonna be things that are gonna come from the feds. It's things we've gotta start putting forward. We have put these things forward in order to make us at least, I mean, we're functional, we're nice, but we want to get to the next level. Then the $1 million comes in, and we can add to our services here and add to our, airports.
I'm just trying to understand what we're specifically deficient to handle 20,000 people. What this facility is deficient, that's what's at the heart of my question. What is on
From
the
a
capital?
facility perspective,
Right, how are we deficient?
we're not.
You can run 20,000 people through here, 30
Well-
per plane through here.
Terminal-wise,
Yes.
we've had 50, I mean, Frontier would occasionally sub in a 50-passenger plane and fill it on peak.
Is that free TSA?
No. And operationally, it was a pain, but we made it work. I mean, we don't have baggage return, so baggage returns at the front curve, and baggage cart got pulled out front. 20 people can basically comfortably accommodate in our sterile area, so TSA would open, start screening, start boarding, while screening is still going on. We made it work. Would we live forever that way? No, but we can accommodate 30 people. That's really all we're talking about here at a time, and make it work. So we're not limited in accomplishing those numbers with what we're talking about, because they're either coming in 30-passenger pops or they're coming in 9-passenger pops. But
More frequent.
yeah, to get those numbers,
The nine
number
has
of
more
frequencies
frequent.
has to go up on all fronts, which
I'm just thinking travel, it's like I've got
Again,
more options.
we're getting way ahead of what demonstrated demand is in our community. If you look at the numbers of just the population catchment area, we can't justify more than 10,000 employments. Now, potentially, we can accomplish that by pulling from Traverse City, which we've demonstrated some success in previous years. But that's, in some ways, robbing Peter to pay Paul, because that's not part of our actual catchment area. So we have to be realistic here as to what this population can realistically support. And, you know, it's fun to have these conversations about long-term, but that is wishful thinking. And if it happens, we'll have time to adjust and deal with it. Those are great problems to have, but I don't think it's relevant for this conversation.
I think it comes down to who's gonna best service what we have here now, and the numbers will grow with time.
I'll make a motion for two years with boutique.
I'll
2 years?
second.
Okay, well, the details are important. So 2 years.
2 years?
Proposal to twin engine aircraft.
The aircraft they showed us.
Yes, the Piaggio twin engine, 2-year contract, their proposal two, which is their higher frequency schedule.
Mhm.
Has to be
Yes,
proposal two.
yes, option
And
two.
just making sure
Yeah.
that the details are there.
And we had a second with
I would
George.
second that, yes.
All right, roll call.
Who do I start with? Adam,
No.
George,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Melissa,
Yes.
It's a vote.
and Karen.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Well, congratulations, is what I would say, and I would also say, I hope we can hit that mark by October 1 for Detroit, Terminal C.
We can. Thank you.
That's important.
Well, the other thing is that, for me, it's very important that all of you have made this very, it's a good problem to have, but it's very difficult. And I
3 years
do
ago, we
want
had
to
one
say,
bid.
Cape Air, we so appreciate what you've done and how you have responded to it. And I want to make sure that you realize what great customer service, because he set the bar now.
And if I may, I also want to say that this board has taken a lot of time, a lot of really thoughtful conversation. We get to see a lot of boards have conversations, and you guys really got into the meat of it. I applaud you for the civic work you're doing.
Yeah, I agree. This is I think it's a very good discussion, and we also have a lot of respect for Andrew and Cape Air.
Yeah, and, yes, I wish we could have both of you. You know, I just really appreciate what you have to say too, and I don't think jet services is off the table, I really don't. I just think that we, as an organization, recognize that we need to work on a couple of things first before we move
Well,
to that.
and there again, what I would encourage with boutique, before I gotta hit the bricks here, is Cape Airs has a 9-seat model for, and you guys wanna run basically the same plane, so to speak, correct? Cape Air? Andrew?
Yeah, we have tech him. Yep.
Yes. Where boutique is not hard and fast with, it's gotta be X, other than the fact you get into the different, what is it, part, was it 180, 380?
135.
If we demonstrate the need, you guys, they can't pivot, they can pivot.
Once we get in.
Other than the next contract, you could
Oh,
pivot.
not in the same.
Right,
Yes.
right.
The next contract.
But you're asking boutique to either take on Part 121, which is a major hurdle, or you're asking them to go down the Part 380 route and,
For future.
you know, look at larger aircraft.
Which we do.
Also an operationally challenging, you know, paradigm. So anything's possible, but I wouldn't say that those are easy hurdles.
No, I'm just saying, but the opportunity is there as well. Nothing more, nothing less.
Well, we thank you very much for the support and all the deliberations you guys did.
I've got to say, this has been the most interesting selection process I've sat through. It's always
Yeah,
ended
it's
up
always been.
being
You're an
a
old-
unanimous vote because it was obvious as an option. Having two votes, and
Pretty much.
this is, I'll echo what Andrew said. You guys have put in the effort, to make a good decision, and I, you know, appreciate your time and energy on this.
Okay, are there any other comments by authority members? I think, is that up last on the?
I'm commented out for an hour.
All right, gosh, really? Do I have a meeting to adjourn?
This is a really
A motion.
You adjourn,
motion to
you
adjourn?
adjourn at the call of the chair.
You say just, that's adjourned.
Okay, it's adjourned
At
at
2:28.
2:28.
Hey,